Welcome, Pathfinders. As the sun must rise, so too must it set. For those of you not acquainted with me, I am Makatla Nemi, your guide this evening through the night's oppressive shadows, if you'll have me. I'm Humble Magwala, though most of you would know me by the more familiar title of Vampire. I was once a proud and powerful spiritual guide, but we went from divine omen to cough mummies in under a millennium, all because of a cow with a flair for theatrics, so now I stream. I thank you for allowing me to accompany you this evening. Tonight is a bit of a weird stream, something a little bit experimental. We're going to be hunting, exploring a little bit. We're going to be playing Helldivers 2. I wanted to do something a little different, something I've been wanting to do with the channel for a while now, and I first had some thoughts for yesterday, not today. But I first had some thoughts for doing this stream yesterday, and I didn't really get a chance to fully flesh out, so it's not going to be as structured as I would have hoped, but it is going to follow a little bit more structure than a normal Helldivers game night that I usually do, and I'm probably going to be doing it mostly solo. We're just going to be spending some time here, you, me, and probably the sound of Que se Fresa snoring. But yeah, I wanted to. I've been doing a lot of thinking. I've mentioned about a couple times now on as far as Helldivers 2 goes. There's a reason for the channel. There's a reason for the games I play, and Helldivers 2, it's just, as a satire, it appeals to me in being able to examine. And being able to examine the things about of our world that, it satirizes. But I've never gotten the chance to really stop and reflect on some of those things because I've been so busy with the channel, trying to get certain things set up about it and get certain things stabilized. There we go, the audio's in now. Setting up the foundations. There we go. Setting up the foundations for the channel. Well, recently things have started to slow down a little bit, and I've found myself with some time that I'm filling in, and it. Let me get away from that. That's not breaking my train of thought. But anyways, sorry, I know I don't have the gameplay on the screen yet. I just want the audio in the background. It's nice. It's mood setting. It's a nice adjustment into the gameplay. But anyways, during that free time, I was figuring out what things to fill on and doing art. It gives me time to reflect and consider a lot of different things. But one of the things that helps me, it helped me consider is like some of the ideas I had for the streams originally that I can finally get to today, which is, as you can see in the title, exploration of Helldivers 2 lore and propaganda. It's hard to explore Helldivers 2's lore too deeply without having played the first game, I think, and that's something I do intend to do a series on sometime in the future soon. But for right now, I wanted to take Helldivers 2 in with a vacuum, take Helldivers 2 in with it still being in a vacuum. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. Just because it'll help to, at least my creative process of thinking, seeing these things, trying to explore and find answers for what I'm finding, and then seeing in Helldivers 1 how they might tie back into it, because I feel like that's a thing that gets overlooked a lot in Helldivers 2's discussions in general. It's a sequel. It can't really be taken in a vacuum, but if you take it in with the vacuum, it does afford you some things to reflect on a little bit when you go back to the first game. And then when you play the first game and come back to the second game, you get some context that helps you re-examine some of the things and re-examine your conclusions or your assumptions. It's just a better way for me to draw clearer conclusions that I wanted to do. So, like I was saying, with all that reflection, I started reflecting on some things about Helldivers 2 that I found interesting, that I've never really had a chance to stop and really dissect. And so I took some notes, and I was planning on filling them out and trying to flesh out a more structured plan for the stream. But I didn't really get the chance to do that because it was so last minute. I thought of doing this so last minute, but I still wanted to do it anyways, just to get the juices flowing and start easing into the tone of the channel and explore the channel as much as we're going to be exploring the lore here in Helldivers 2. So let me get that gameplay set up for you and tell you a bit what we're doing today. So like I said, was in the title there, I wanted to talk a little bit about what
the hour
propaganda
of our
is.
next victory rapidly approaches.
Let me get away from a propaganda officer over there, because that's basically what a democracy officer is, right? He's basically a propaganda officer, is what he really is. But that's neither here nor there right now. I mean, technically, the Arrowhead Studio community does have people they officially designate propaganda officers. And I'm sure that's part of the roleplay a little bit, where they're supposed to actually be propaganda officers, some sort of propaganda officer rank in universe. I don't know. I don't have that designation. I don't know what the directives are from the Arrowhead team, the publicity team, and how they go about it. But from some of the way their public relations are handled, I would imagine that they do some of that in character and brief their propaganda officers on some of that in character role, or like at least context for them to do with as they will, as long as they follow like the rules of being associated with Arrowhead. That would be pretty cool to be a propaganda officer one day, but I'm not sure I could actually end up doing that. But as you see, we're going to be having a lot of things that would be considered in character treasonous discussions. Because everything I just said kind of suggests a lack of freedom. And as we know, that is grounds for execution, to imply that Super Earth is not have freedom. And that's why I made sure to label in the title section that we're going to be doing an out-of-character stream here, because I feel like Helldivers is, you know, we all know, I think everybody who plays or watches the Helldiver community knows that there's an unspoken rule, is the default assumption is you play in character. Most streams, I think you don't have to do that. You know, you don't have to label, oh, we're playing out of character today. And you actually have to designate that this is a roleplay stream, or this is an in-character stream, etc. You know, that's kind of what you get out of, say, for example, GTA. You have these GTA roleplay servers. Everyone always has to label them roleplay. Helldivers has the opposite problem, opposite issue. I have to clarify that we're going to be exploring it out of character today. So none of this can really be associated with the free of thought truth enforcer Mikhail Nemi, or his shifty SES purveyor of audacity. We're purely Mikhail Nemi, the Nawal today. And if you want to participate in the conversations regarding this stream, just keep that in mind. For those of you who are going to be watching after the fact, these are the unspoken rules of role playing in Helldivers 2. And the reason I know that is these are very usually spoken rules in a lot of roleplay communities all around the internet. Hi there, Zyla. Welcome out. So yeah, I've had some experience with those, and it's a funny thing I actually got to thinking about is like I feel like Helldivers 2 is probably a lot of people's first experience with roleplay. So to me it was very important to put. I was listening to you, that's why I was so quiet. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can't see this. Unfortunately, OBS doesn't update viewer count in real time, so I appreciate you popping in and saying hi. I don't know what it is. It like sends a update maybe every like half hour or an hour or something. But I noticed like my view fluctuate very inconsistently with my Twitch page. when I go to the Twitch stream manager. But anyways, yeah, it was Helldivers 2 is probably a lot of people's first experience with roleplay in general. And as fun as it can be to get lost in that, especially a game like this that satirizes some pretty important, serious subject matter in the world today, especially I think I'm a little like fired up and zealous about it because of Metro 2039's announcement recently, and the passion that the devs put on display in talking about the very real war that they are being consumed by right now. I just felt like it was important to take a step back and look at and appreciate the game Arrowhead has crafted and all the effort that they put in to satirize, to make building the satire that they did. And what got me thinking about this, yesterday that I mentioned earlier, the notes that I took, was I was playing and I realized, a lot of the things we do in Helldivers feel like busy work. And I remember we've mentioned that before with someone. I think maybe I might have mentioned it at Tango, or I've talked about it in other games sessions with other people. I don't know. But it hit me that busy work might kind of be the point. Because busy work is a very powerful mechanism of fascism. And that's, what Super Earth is. It's a pseudo-democratic fascist state. So I was thinking about the objectives that they send us on, and I was realizing I don't fully understand what any of our objectives are doing, and honestly, a lot of them are very meaningless, and that's kind of the gag I think everybody notices when they see the flag, that the flag is very clearly this very meaningless objective, right? We go and we raise a flag somewhere, and somehow that makes the territory ours. It seems like a silly game mechanic until I really considered maybe that's the point of all the objectives. What if all the objectives are just busy work that we conduct to look cool on camera? Because remember, when you raise the flag, there's a camera floating there. And let's see if we can find a flag mission so I can show you what I'm talking about. Oh, there's one right there. Oh, I'm on the wrong difficulty. Hold on a second. Yeah, there we go. But there's a camera watching you the entire time that seems to just be there to record you and play the music.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
And so, it's funny, it's cute. And it's obviously a satire and shows like how meaningless some of the things that Super Earth has us do tend to be. But it got me considering, like, wait, maybe everything we do is meaningless to the war effort. And what we really are here for is to be idolized as, how do you put it?
Launch initiated.
Like the ideal Super Earth citizen. And none of our missions actually accomplish anything because the SEF is who is really accomplishing everything. Everything on the ground anyways, if they even are, because that's the other thing I considered is what a lot of sci-fi writers theorize, and a lot of actual scientists theorize, is once we hit like a true space age level of civilization, ground war will have become meaningless. Infantry battles will become virtually meaningless. You'll only have special operations infantry, kind of like the Helldivers like this, where we're inserted into important objectives that have small skirmishes. Especially naval boarding action will be the most important. But because of the advancements of technology it will take to colonize other planets and become a space age civilization, we will likely have so much weaponry and technology that render ground-based combat pointless, that there would be no purpose of doing that. And it doesn't seem, you know, I think there's an argument to be made that, you know, part of the point of Helldivers is it's at any video game that does this, it is nonsense. It's supposed to be just a fun game where you can play as a single person in this world, this setting, just so that you can have the fun of it. You know, we think of like a game like, going back to like, I think another example is a game like Halo, a game I grew up with that I really enjoyed and loved, was a serious, you know, it took itself seriously though. It wasn't, and the devs made the mistake of not considering, like, well, they have these space age civilizations, what is even the point of having ground-based combat? And the reason they realized that, I know that they realized that, is because it came up in all of their expanded universe lore in the following years. It was a very common point of discussion about how senseless their solutions were to the lore was, because Halo was a video game first. It's hard to blame them for making that mistake, especially in an era where those kinds of things weren't as easily considered in making a game, building a game's world. And there's a level of suspension and disbelief for a lot of games like that, like Destiny or Marathon, which just came out, you know? Where it's kind of senseless to have any actual infantry warfare going on, but there's this suspension of disbelief that we allow it, because how else would you have a game if you didn't do that? But I think we've all become so, or at least I did, you know, I came to a point where I was so quick to, oh god, brush it away and accept it for what it was. Like, okay, well, this is just one of those things that all these games do, that it never occurred to me that Helldivers might be doing it very intentionally. So yeah, we've got the music playing from the speaker, but look, he's got a little camera lens on the end there. So I don't think it actually follows you the way that the rest of the Watchdogs do. I think it's just programmed to like spin around in circles. Oh no, yeah, it does. So it's supposed to be like, my assumption was that it's trying to capture the action, just kind of to show off the Helldivers' superiority, you know? See, there it is. It seems to be, oh, maybe not. I was gonna say, it seems to be floating to the sides that I'm at. Maybe not.
Point me to the enemy.
I'm not sure if they, maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe it's not, maybe it's just the speaker, you know? But that's what I was talking about, is pointing out there, is that I need to put down the turret. I couldn't help but notice it when I was playing once. I was playing with an exosuit, and I noticed it floating around. Trying to keep a good view of it.
For prosperity.
But the shape of it is very reminiscent of your standard production video camera that we see on TV and movies and documentaries and stuff about filmmaking. And that's what really caught my attention when I was looking at it and got me thinking about that. So, you know, if this one thing is meaningless busy work, meant to just, oh, whoops, I was too late to, meant to make us look good by showing and to be showed to the people back home what the Helldivers do, to make us look badass and make Super Earth look badass by proxy.
Fire in the hole!
I forgot I had those grenades. That would have been huge help if I had remembered them earlier. Then who's to say everything we don't do, everything we do isn't meaningless? Is my, is my thought. And of course, it's a pretty obvious conclusion, I think, that, yeah, it could be or it couldn't. It doesn't really matter. I forgot what I was going to say on that, actually. It seems kind of obvious to me, in retrospect. I feel kind of silly not considering that before, but I don't know, there's just something I wanted to point out as to what got me thinking about that everything could be meaningless. And so that's kind of what the structure and vibe I was going to go for today. I wanted to go through each of the factions, explore some of the missions that we get sent on as Helldivers in each faction, and kind of dissect the idea of what do we actually do on those missions. God damn it, I thought I pressed Alt. What actual things do we do on these missions? And do they have any meaningful impact? And also, what is going on the planets that we are on? Is there stuff to explore that we're missing, that the world building stuff that most people zoom by? Because a lot of the time, we have these 40-minute missions. We don't get the time to explore. Everybody's running around trying to do all the mission stuff, get in and get out. And it takes a lot of time to traverse the map. I know for a fact there's a lot of things that we're all missing. Stuff that you see that give you a little giggle, but you don't really make connections on, maybe that might have had intended connections. I don't know. Oops. But I feel like I run past things all the time without reading them fully and really thinking about what that means, and if there is meaning there that the devs intended for us to find, or it's all just for little laughs and little details. Like, one underrepresented thing, maybe under-discussed thing, is all those buildings that we find everywhere that are prefabs, really mass-produced. I think it's easy to take for granted at a glance that, obviously that makes sense for the setting, right? That's the way it goes into my head. It's like, oh yeah, like industrial hellscape, prefab buildings, of course. But that's the kind of detail I'm talking about that I don't really stop and dissect. Like, well, the reason it makes sense and everything is mostly kind of taken for granted knowledge, because we're all familiar enough with like literary tropes and sci-fi and dystopian concepts to be able to just look at that at a glance and say, yeah, like it makes sense a world like this would have all these prefab buildings everywhere, because individuality has been sacrificed to the collective and for economic prosperity and all that. That's stuff that I didn't think consciously, right? And there might be stuff that I haven't paid attention to, I haven't noticed. I bet we haven't noticed, because I'm about to bring one up in a second because I just stay produced from. That might have some hints and implications of intentions, dev intentions for what the world looks like, what's going on in the game story, etc. Oh, it's up right up. Okay, I got it confused. Alright, let's get over here real quick. Oh god.
Sweet liberty, my heart!
But if I can find it anyways, there's something I wanted to find specifically look for. But the example I was going to talk about was, oh god, hold on, I need to sneeze. Sorry to keep you on the edge of your seat. But oh, I keep saying, oh, I got this one. Anyways, okay, is we come across those graves where seems to be like a super Earth citizen who buried some people. You usually find some ammo. Yeah, sorry about that. But there's a point of interest in the game. Some graves. Where are they?
This is Eagle 1. We're back in business.
And every now and then when you find it, you'll find, you know, ammo, the shovel, a data pad with some information about some nonsense that doesn't seem to have any relevance to like any sort of like story beat or anything. Who knows, maybe it does. That's part of this exploration. But every now and then you'll find a common sample or two, which are little maggots, like these little maggot looking things, which I've assumed, and I think is a reasonable assumption, are bug larvae, you know? Terminid larvae. And normally you just collect them. Ooh, super credits. Normally you just collect them, and that's the other thing, these vaults. I want to come back to these later and find out what the hell these things are. But anyways. Bunkers or whatever. And I saw that. I saw those larvae, and it hit me all of a sudden. I'm like, what are these doing here? Because when I saw them the other day, I was like, I'm not on a Terminid world. I'm on a bot world.
Found something.
Now, it's always possible that that's like just a glitch or something. They're only meant to be on Terminid worlds. But I don't know. You know, there were theories going around back when the game first came out, and people were more frequently discussing Helldivers lore and what's going on in the universe and setting, that the Terminids are spread by Super Earth.
Found something.
And that's what that made me think of. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if it's evidence towards that. It's definitely something that got me thinking, oh, maybe I want to examine that some more. And here we go, something to read. Next week's literally 4 Liberators, 2 cases prefab meals, field drum. So see, that to me, especially look like there's this crate hidden out here. That's pirates, right? That's smuggling. That's something I'd never considered before. That's someone smuggling Super Earth resources. This is their cache where they store their smuggled goods to make money on the side. Huh. Makes you wonder. Is this a colony situation? No taxation without representation? This isn't actual Super Earth territory. This is territory colonized by free people who then got attacked by Super Earth, or maybe Super Earth pushed another faction to go here? I don't know.
Found something.
It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting idea, perspective that probably is wrong, honestly. It's probably not that. There's going to be a lot of these that I don't think are that deep, but it's the kind of mental exercise I'm talking about.
Last reload.
The only thing I hate about the mindless masses, they're fun to take down, but they're not great for slow gameplay days like they wanted to do here. Alright, you want to go? Let's go, Will. Come on. Damn it, you're lucky I ran out of ammo. I found a lot of super credits this time.
Deploying sentry.
Democracy is blessing me. But anyways. So yeah. Those are the kinds of points of interest that I was talking about. I want to explore, I want to take notes on, sort of, and think about what they could mean. What the devs could have meant by putting them in. A lot of them, I don't think there's that much to actually dissect. I think not only from a gameplay standpoint, like a dev standpoint, they would know, like, there's not going to be a lot of time for players to get to appreciate some of the things that they would put in, so they wouldn't put them in the first place. But also, distractions from a gameplay point, like it would make the game a little less fun if you didn't get to experience it because of the way the game is designed. Stuff like that. But it is still interesting to explore what could have been meant by whoever does what they do, whoever programmed whatever things there are to find in the game, because that's an interesting point of discussion that we had about
Fire in the hole.
Monster Hunter. Is the game never really had a story direction. It was always kind of just the art directors kind of going ham, the art team going ham, doing whatever they wanted, and incidentally building a story, basically taking over story direction. There was never actually a planned story. Like, man, they just do not stop coming. Okay, I need. Oh, did I not destroy that? Oh, I was thinking of. That's why. I'm dumb. I was thinking of the cognitive disruptor monument. Are you kidding me? These sniper fucking bitches.
Sending down sentry.
I'm this far away and he's still gonna fucking somehow manage to snipe me. Anyways. Holy shit. Yeah, this was not the world to be doing this on. Every 5 seconds there's a horde completely distracting me.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
Attack underway.
But yeah, going back to the maggot larva thing example. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no. Oh god, how did I survive that?
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Oh thank goodness, stims. Oh, grenades. Okay.
Quit up, folks.
Objective nearby. Objective critical stratagem available. Hellbomb request approved. On its way now. Administering freedom.
How'd you like to taste all freedom?
The larva, you know, there was a theory going around back when the game first came out that, you know, because we were wondering how, everyone was wondering, how do bugs travel planet to planet? There was a theory that maybe Super Rope was spreading them. Why was he? Anyways.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
And when I look at those bodies with the bugs in them, I can't help but wonder if maybe that was a little bit of evidence to back that up. Or, you know, maybe they, you know, we know they spread like spores. Or at least that's the official Super Earth explanation as to how they spread, is that the glooms is like some sort of interstellar spore cloud that spreads the bugs. So, you know, assuming that that's a lie, the other thought I had is, what if breathing in the spores creates like a xenomorph situation? So unfortunately, we didn't find one of those corpses at this time, in this round. Let's see if I can see one on the map, because they tend to be really small spots, really small points of interest. I don't think I see one. But anyways, but that was my thought, is maybe it's like a xenomorph situation where you breathe in the spores and they can chest burst you. I don't know. But there's something weird going on with that, right? Like, I can't be the only one who thinks that. And it's kind of like, yeah, you know, my instinct is always to shrug it off, but like, I don't know. It's hard not to, because yeah, it doesn't matter, but it is fun to think about. I don't know why I keep going on about that. I don't need to defend myself. This is my stream. I can talk about what I want. But yeah.
Get some! Get
It's
some!
probably just there to get our minds going, you know, get our
To democracy!
imaginations going. And if it is, that's pretty cool. I mean, job well done for starters, but that's cool. Yeah, that's cool too. There's a little bit of love going into that, going into the game that way, anyways.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
But it'd be interesting to see if we can find anything, not just in game, but maybe outside the game too, that
Get some!
explains what we're seeing. And who knows, maybe we'll go back to the first Helldivers game and we'll find out something when we go back to it, I should say. I am planning on going back to the first game. I got it on sale, so it'd be really cool to see it.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Unleashing democracy.
It'd be really cool to see if there's anything in that game that adds some context to some of the things that we're seeing here. Oh boy, we are not in a good situation.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute. Sending down equipment package.
That's another thing, actually, now that while I'm thinking about it. I don't know if the vote lists were in the first game. I don't think they were. I think they're entirely new for the Luminant faction. The Luminant faction in general got a huge overhaul. But I look at them and I hear them, right? And one thing I question is, like, what's with the distorted voice? It never really occurred to me until recently, like the last couple days. But their voices, right? They have like this like rebreather aspect to their voice. They're like howls and cries and stuff. They sound. Oh, come on. Didn't I set that guy on fire? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, he just got lucky and hit me anyways. All right. Well, anyways,
Point me to the end.
yeah, they have this sound as if they're wearing a mask.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican
kind of makes you think.
This is Eagle 1. We're back in business.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
That will teach the Illuminate to challenge Super Earth.
I don't think I've heard him say something like that at the end of the mission in a long time. It's usually like, what is it? You prove the metal of the Helldivers or something like that. That was new. Not new, but like. Rare. Seemed like a rare voice line. Or at least one I don't get often. Hydrobius. I wonder if there's like meaning in some of the planet names too. I bet you there is. Because with the way some of them are named, they're named like pretty comedically, like Planet K. There does seem to be a theme, like Secundus is a name for planets a lot in this game. And I can't help but wonder if that's because this is the second game.
Now that there's a Helldiver.
Alright, maybe I shouldn't have done this on mindless masses, but
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
what other planets would there be to be? Sedia, Senge 23. There's a Helldiver there. Interesting. Were we fighting there recently? I think we were. Somebody probably got stuck there. And Sedia. Then again, hold on. Like, we tend to see that when devs are... well, when I suspect devs are doing stuff to prepare for campaigns. Oh! Oh, we got an attack on Hort. Okay. We were taking Hydrobius because there was no planet under attack at first. So we were kind of in between, but who's there? Appropriators? They're probably not going to be great to deal with, though. I think I'll deal with them anyways. We'll see if they might be better.
Our city burns. We must rescue it.
All right. So retrieve recon craft intel. See, that is the only mission that actually I can think of off the top of my head. That might actually have tactical value. But the rest seem like busy work, or like we're being, we're obviously treated as expendable workforce rather than actual soldiers. But that's the only one that actually feels like we're doing some sort of special ops work,
Initiating FTL jump to the Hort system.
Because that's the thing, it's like very clearly the world is like built up to
Jump complete.
have elements of parody, of
Coordinates locked.
exaggeration,
Hellpods prime.
of a world taken over by the bottom line. Alright, let's see what medium looks like with the appropriators. I forget what I usually use against them. Because I'm always playing again on like 10. They're gonna... it's really gonna be the Watchers that are gonna be a bitch. So I'm thinking... maybe Eagle Airstrike, maybe Strafing Run. It depends. It all depends. I guess to destroy the ships, we would want the Eagle Airstrikes. To deal with bitch faces, aka the mechs. I'm gonna just stick with. Well, I'm not gonna see them very often, is the thing. But I would want multiple rounds to be able to deal with them. I guess the medium armor penetration's fine. And then of course for the bunkers. I don't think I'm gonna run into harvesters. So I think it'll be fine to just take this for backup. Yeah, I think we're good on that. Alright.
Launch initiated.
Nice catch with the Carnivine, by the way. I saw that earlier and then I just was lost mid-thought. The world's taken over by the bottom line, so this mission really stands out.
Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Wait, there's nothing here.
Deploying equipment package. Deploying support weapon.
Yeah. Nothing here. This is nowhere near the crash site, though. Okay, that's weird. It's just a new variation, I think, on...
Fire in the hole.
Oh shit.
Deploying equipment package.
Okay. Anyways, I think it's a new variation on the terrain. Because I've never seen that before. A crate. Crash site. Maybe it's just luck, or maybe it's... That's the other thing, is I feel like I've been seeing a lot of terrain generation I've never seen before. The screen shows a picture of what must be an SDF soldier's family holding a banner saying, "Defend our freedom." Okay. Nothing particularly meaningful there, I don't think. Just a little commentary on this is the price of the so-called freedom. I feel like I've been seeing a lot of different terrain generation I haven't seen before since that update a few days ago. What was it, Tuesday? And
Found something.
I'm not sure if that's because of the difficulty I'm on or if that's what the patch did. Added new terrain generation. That's another thing I've not seen before. And that brings up an interesting point to what I was just saying is great timing is, you know, this mission stands out because it's the only one where we capture actual intel from a recon craft. You know, it's a shot down recon craft. It makes sense that we would go in and try and retrieve the intel on it. It's pretty standard like infiltration operation, and it's the Helldivers being used for their purpose, their exact purpose as a special forces unit that they would be used for.
Outpost cleared.
Last reload.
But seeing a crash site with that, a crate, a shipping crate, all of a sudden I'm wondering if that's a hint that these missions are meaningless as well. That we're not really we're not really collecting meaningful intel. We're collecting a company's black box to help them bury some sort of scandal. Because they're not, you know, they're not recon crafts. Their stealth capabilities are for smuggling, which connecting back to that other spot that I saw before.
Tactical asset near your
I don't know.
position.
That's interesting. Okay. You see, this is what I was talking about. This is what I wanted to do today, is finding connections, and I'm finding connections. That's kind of exciting. Okay, what does this say? Due to exceptional hazard of the current posting, all SEAF soldiers and their approved domestic family units will be granted Class C citizenship following mission completion or death. See, that's an interesting thing. I never paid attention, and I don't think a lot of other people I played with paid attention much, because we were always commenting about maybe if the Thief soldiers had used these, they wouldn't have gotten overrun. But listening to that, reading that, I don't know what about it gave me the sudden idea, but especially the forklifts, now that I'm paying attention, the reason these aren't operational when we find them, I think, is because they were just under construction. They were still under construction. They're operational now. They just weren't finished constructing whatever these were supposed to be. Or these installations were supposed to be. It'd be interesting to see if they update the game in the future and we get some sort of completed version of this. Because we've seen them add buildings and update buildings. So we know they might. But because these, well, for whatever reasons, they might not get to these right away, or these haven't been priority because they're mission objectives, I don't know. But it kind of sounds to me like these workers here, these SEF soldiers, they took on a contract in a very dangerous post because this place wasn't set up yet. The contract is to set up the place to be more ready for defense down the line. And so because it wasn't set up yet, they didn't use it. And they got overrun. Maybe because they were following orders and not using a facility that wasn't operational yet. Maybe intentionally too. You know, maybe it's part of the reason they have those kinds of standing orders is they die for the bottom line. Because like something that's pretty obvious is, or I feel like is pretty obvious, is war profiteering is a big theme of Helldivers. Where Super Earth corporations are profiting off of government contracts to wage war. You know what I mean? So they help Super Earth be in perpetual warfare to continue the profits, continue the money rolling through, which is, you know, kind of like what goes on in our real world. Is there's always a war somewhere because there's always someone profiting off of it. Government contracts and all that. It's a natural product of the jingoistic culture. So let me take a look at this. Because this has a nice big back chamber. That's the big thing that got me thinking about that shipping crate. Was like, is there actually just cargo back there? Is it not a stealth recon craft after all? We're just told it is. Because it is in the general shape of stealth recon crafts. Don't get me wrong. Stealth bomber crafts.
Assets secured.
It is clearly meant to invoke that image. But like, you would use a stealth craft either way when going through dangerous territories, like enemy territories.
Outpost cleared.
So now like that's why I'm thinking about the possible smuggling connection. I don't know what they'd be smuggling, but somebody would be smuggling something to make more money. Corporations, especially evil mega corporations that are possibly or possibly not running Super Earth. They would be doing all kinds of technically illegal shit, but they can get away with it because they have a lot of money and pay off people and
Fire in the hole.
manage democracy, that jazz. Because when you think about it, who came up with the managed democracy system in the
something
first
here.
place, right? Has to be some sort of mega corporations. That would be advantageous for them, you know? Like some sort of tech industry rigs voting using the managed democracy system that is an AI system, but it really functions more as like a kingmaker system. I don't know.
Found something.
I feel like that was the basic implication, right? Is like the voter machines are obviously tampered with. Whoa. Okay. That's new.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Alright, okay. Well, I was like, did they fix it or something? Alright, cool. Got the credits. Alright, but I'll go into that later. The whole voting machines thing. Point is, there's money to be made here. Probably selling stuff that they're not allowed, you know, not technically allowed to sell for whatever reasons. I don't know. Some sort of smuggling is going on. It's just more pieces to put together still. But that brings, but going back to the black box, what I'm wondering is what this black box, you know,
There's something here.
it makes more sense to me that the black box
Main objective nearby.
isn't actually intel recon
Let's
intel.
reload.
It's just a black box with information about what they were what that ship was actually up to that could be incriminating and needs to be buried.
Deploying sentry.
Because it is the oddball out in being the only mission that actually seems to be meaningful. We have the save Super Earth citizens, right? But, you know, on the surface it seems a little more meaningful. But I've always... I don't know, I could be reading too much into it. Sue me. But the whole evacuate priority citizens implies there's non-priority citizens. And the fact that the amount of citizens you evacuate is very clearly endless for the point, you know, for gameplay purposes.
Say hello to democracy.
Feels like to me it's supposed to be that way too, because to kind of also give you the sense that there are still more civilians in there to be rescued, but you're abandoning them because, again, bottom line, it's more efficient financially to rescue that specific amount of civilians. I don't know. Again, could be reading too much into it, but is the priority citizens specifically that I don't think there's really much of an argument against. The existence of priority citizens implies the existence of non-priority citizens, and if we're here to rescue priority citizens, we are being essentially hired out, sent in as special forces to evacuate a class of citizens that is above the rest of the citizens. And considering we've heard about Class A citizens in other places in the lore,
Another step towards galactic liberation.
places in the lore I can't think of right now. But I know there's something like Class A citizens or something. That it kind of gives the implication that they are more... There is a caste. There is a caste system. You know, not even an implication. It is clearly being communicated that there is a caste system. There is a class of citizens known as the Class A citizens that is implied to be the top tier of citizens. The most that Super Earth considers the most important, or as they would probably frame it, most equal. You know, to use Animal Farm.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
More equal. To use Animal Farm's quote from Animal Farm. So I think
Found something.
that's what those priority citizens are supposed to be. Is they're the Class A citizens, and as the Helldivers, we're like almost we're also being hired out or sold out or whatever, pimped out as a private security force to evacuate Class A citizens. So while that
Found
one's
something.
you can kind of feel good about saving people's lives, to me it's pretty clearly incidental to the actual objective of saving the citizens that mean more to the system. And that we're not being treated as soldiers, but just hired help again. So that's why this mission has always stood out to me as the odd man out, and the evacuate citizens didn't actually feel like it was actually like a meaningful mission to me.
Eagle 1 armed and ready.
Because I'm talking about like doing something meaningful as an objective rather
There's something
than
here.
doing something in service of the bottom line. And those things aren't mutually exclusive, of course. Like there's a whole, but you get what I'm saying. Damn. That's far. So then, if that's the case, that this might just be smuggling stuff, or those ships might just be smuggling ships, not recon crafts, you know? I mean, they might literally be recon crafts, but being used for smuggling, right? They're being booked out to private contractors, corporations, instead of being used for their actual purposes, you know? Or maybe they're multi-purpose, you know, like they're gathering, you know, the government, Super Earth, the government of Super Earth is letting private contractors, corporations and stuff, because that's another theme of the game, is the marriage between private business and government entities. But they're letting private contractors use these resources, these government resources, these military resources, for private use for a price. The screen is frozen on a final message. Hold. What does that mean? I'll have to think about that one. Hold could mean a ton of things. But anyways, they're letting them use that in exchange. In part of the contract is collecting recon intel, you know? So it could be doing both. But either way, we're being sent in to collect the black box, right? To maybe collect the data. But black boxes, to my understanding, don't usually have that kind of data on them. And in the future, in Helldivers, they possibly could. And I'm sure the writers and developers would have thought of that. It was just my first thought, is black boxes usually just tell you a little bit about the last moments of the flight. And a little bit about the flight path and that is necessary to extrapolate how the ship went down in the first place.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
And they're usually designed to be as unintrusive, as small, and as minimal as possible, and indestructible as possible, because they're important for that purpose. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Jesus. That's why I was stuttering there. I had a burp coming up. Sorry about that. So that's what I think of when I see the black boxes is, yeah, they're kind of big. They could definitely have like terabytes upon terabytes of information in there that we wouldn't understand because it's sci-fi, it's the future. But I also look at it and I'm like, well, in order to make something like that, a black box,
20 minutes remaining.
as indestructible as it would need to be for space travel, it might need to be a bit bigger. It might still only be a few megabytes, few gigabytes of data on there. I think that's a fair, legitimate possibility. And so, you know, that's another unresolved thing. We can't really draw any conclusions. And I'm not gonna jump to conclusions.
Get some! Get
But,
some!
like I said, the other evidence, the contextual evidence, is like all the other missions that are pretty meaningless. Damn. Sometimes there's a data pad down here. What's this? Remember, late returns steal from us all. Bloodstained library card. Okay. Interesting. Just a little silly note, I guess.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Just kind of builds the atmosphere of how fascist the regime is. They're obsessive over bureaucracy.
Outpost cleared.
Structures of power, systems of power, systems of control.
Now that's what I call
Very
liberty.
fascist. Just another like little world building of, yeah, these guys are definitely fascists, don't worry. But like I was saying, all these distractions and tangents, I know, I'm sorry.
Deploying sentry.
Since all the other missions have such little meaningful, seem to be like vapid objectives that are really just kind of meant, seem to be busy work or cost effective or whatever it is, right?
What injury?
The cost effective approach is my assumption right now, my hypothesis for why Helldivers are used in the first place. I think it goes to no surprise to say that,
Have a taste of democracy!
or I think it's no leap of assumption to be like, looking at this other objective that kind of is the oddball out and being like, well, we now have a conclusion that makes it less of the oddball out, the odd man out mission, makes it in line with the other missions, assumption about the other missions. And so that's probably the correct interpretation. But I don't know. That's a funny little tidbit of that's a funny little coincidence of information, coincidence of things. next by ward rounds. Okay. Anyways, coincidence of events to have happened. Happy little accident stream. But you see, you do things a little more intentionally. Sometimes you get some stuff. Notice to colonists, military operation is being conducted in your vicinity. Oh yeah, I've seen that one before.
How'd you like a taste of freedom?
Some sort of farm, some sort of settlement. What is this?
T-minus 30 seconds.
The gateways at Giza. Modern living with an age-old charm. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
T-minus 20
If they
seconds.
turned the pyramids of Giza into apartments. Stop the infestation. That's hilarious. That's crazy. That's
ETA T-minus 10
oh, that's
seconds.
good.
Clear landing zone.
That's so silly. Oh, I love this game so
Arriving at
much.
coordinates. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Oh. They turned the pyramids of Giza into apartments. Let me show you.
No fucking way. Wow. Oh. We do live in a capitalist country. That's how it is.
Capitalist planet.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Cut out, cut down fascists. This is bad.
Oh my god. I don't know if you heard that stream. Pathfinders. Quesafresa said if you cut down the word fascist, all you have is fat.
Absolutely terrible. I'll cook you with that, okay? Going somewhere. I'm gonna trademark that.
We'll slap it on a shirt.
What's this economy? What's this economy?
Mission accomplished, Helldiver. One small step for democracy.
710, okay. I'm saving up to buy the next war bond I want. I think I want to get... where is it? Viper Commandos? No, Python. Python Commandos is... where is it? I guess it is higher up. Where is it? That's the Viper. Where's the Python? I thought it was near the bottom. There it is. Because I want so many things from this, right? But I want the minigun. I want the chainsaw. I want the hot dog.
Hot dog.
I haven't tried the 1-2 yet, but I've heard it kind of sucks. But those seem like fun. And the push-ups will be fun too. What's this one? Is this light? Damn, it's light armor. Increases melee damage. Bearers more resistant to being knocked prone. Ooh. So is there a medium one in the Superstore? I don't think the Viper Commandos are available right now for the Superstore cycle, but... yeah, it doesn't look like it. Oh wait, actually I think they are. It's near the end. No, that's the Viper Commandos I was thinking of. Okay, so the Python Commandos get cycled in and out occasionally, I guess. Alright, well that's good to know. 9 hours. We'll see what's next. I need to get the sweeper too. I keep forgetting to grab it. Okay, so that was some interesting revelations to take note of. Let me...
The siege upon managed democracy continues.
Because I do
Let us
eventually
rally to her
intend
defense.
Okay, I do eventually intend to use what I'm learning here today as well. I want to write a, you know, I don't know if you've seen my YouTube channel, if everyone here has seen my YouTube channel, but I did a video essay. I do intend to do that as a regular thing, is do video essays. Wasn't great quality, but I thought it was interesting. I thought the topic was interesting. I thought it was really well. I did a really well written, really well thought out video essay there. Just the production quality, we're getting there, you know. Anyways, so making note of these things. I think they would be useful for whatever video essay I end up planning on doing here for Helldivers in the future. So, what was it? The recon? I don't know, recon. We'll just put recon craft. Recon
Managed
craft.
democracy calls for aid. Only you can
Smuggling?
answer, Helldiver.
Smuggling stash connections? What else did we run into? I was thinking about. I was musing on interesting things we saw. I don't know. I'll probably have to go back and play this back and take notes on my own commentary. Oh yeah, the vapid missions. Missions, priority citizens. All right, I think that's good for now. I'll find stuff later.
Managed democracy calls for aid. Only you can answer, Helldiver.
Mission coordinates
So the
locked.
other thing was, you know, like I mentioned, what is propaganda?
Engaging orbital thrusters.
It kind of connects to what got me thinking about it, but I got to thinking about propaganda because of another video I was watching recently, so it's kind of wasn't connected to all those thoughts. It wasn't like anything in Helldivers got me thinking about it. Obviously, that's one of the biggest parts of Helldivers, right? Is just propaganda everywhere. And that's part of the joke, is what would a society run by propaganda look like? And how do we make it kind of funny? Because it is pretty comedic in tone. So I feel like Helldivers is a very appropriate place, obviously, to explore that. It satirizes propaganda. But at first, I think, you know, the thing about propaganda is there's not really a lot of definition. There's not really a, like, agreed upon definition as to what propaganda is. You know, that's not how definitions work, words work. There's a general idea of what it is that crosses over between societies, cultures, that they can all agree on certain things that are very clearly propaganda, overlap in their definitions, but they have things that make them differ. For me, I feel like the least common denominator that I see in discussion about what propaganda is it's an emotional appeal. It's a message. Meant to appeal emotionally, that is meant to overwhelm rational decision making, specifically to the benefit of the propaganda propagators' interest that directly conflicts with their opposition's interests. Whoever their opposition is, and the opposition is their target demographic for the propaganda. That's how I would define propaganda. But to try and make them come over to their side of some sort of argument, right? And it's just a constant barrage, apparently, of propaganda in Super Earth society, right? Like, that's part of the world building, is they live and breathe propaganda, jingoist propaganda. And so I guess an important thing to discuss would be defining jingoism. I've had people ask before, what is jingoism? You know, a lot of people don't know what jingoism is, apparently. And for people outside the US, I understand it a little better. You know, they did not have a lot of conversation about what jingoism is.
You are the stakes upon which liberties
but I grew up
will be skewered.
in a very jingoistic society, and I watched the US become a very jingoistic society.
Sending down support weapon.
In the post 9/11 era.
There's something here.
And there were a lot of conversations back then about jingoism. And I've noticed a lot of my peers who were kids at the time not really fully grasp what jingoism was, and so not really understand it when I when I bring it up and talk about it. One second. Memo to Colonial Overseer: in order to best serve freedom, the security budget for your colony will be reduced by 23.7% for the next fiscal term. Alright, that is interesting. Colonial Overseer, huh? You know what that sounds to me like? That sounds to me like governor or viceroy. Interesting. Oh, very interesting. Ooh, I could talk about a lot of things here, but I am not going to get into that right now. We are talking about jingoism.
Found something.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
So, if you grew up in the post 9/11 era, or you had come of age just before it, you probably remember seeing a lot in the news about how our society became very jingoistic and the danger of it. Ooh, more. Yeah, see, 300. See, this is a different note of this cache's inventory. Definitely smuggling caches, right? But anyways, and you may not have ever gotten a full, like, clear definition on what jingoism is. So let me just break that down for you with a quick definition from Wikipedia. Jingoism is a nationalism and conservatism in the form of aggressive and proactive foreign policy, such as a country's advocacy for the use of threats or actual force as opposed to peaceful relations, in efforts to safeguard what it perceives as its national interests. Or colloquially, jingoism is excessive bias in judging one's own country as superior to others, an extreme type of nationalisms like ultranationalism. There was another one I saw that was actually really good. So it's jingoism is an extreme belligerent form of patriotism or nationalism, and I feel like the patriotism is very relatable part of that definition to those who grew up in the post 9/11 era. You know, we got American Idiot, Holiday, fuck, I don't remember that song by My Chemical Romance. The one I liked was Mama, but there was another one that I guess that was more popular that I actually had no idea existed. Fake My Chemical Romance. But anyways, but yeah, there were like a lot of songs back at the time. Those were kind of in my circle. You know, I didn't listen to a lot of pop punk, pop emo stuff for the political content, because I listened to and grew up with punk bands like Social Distortion, Pennywise, Black Flag, Misfits, Bad Religion. Oh, I love Bad Religion. Anyways, so I got my fix of like political commentating musicians from the punk community. From a lot of classic SoCal punk and grunge punk and all that. Serge Tankian. Man, love Serge Tankian. But anyways, so the patriotism really strikes a chord to me, and I feel like would strike more of a chord of understanding what jingoism is, if you remember just how gung-ho everyone was back then about getting the bad guys. Because it was very, like, that's where all the USA names come from. Like, we still remember, like, Team America, right? Still quoted to this day. Because we remember how it really struck a chord with making fun of, like, all that rhetoric back then. That jingoistic rhetoric. But anyways, that was often described as or characterized as being patriotic. So yeah, this is belligerent form of patriotism characterized by an aggressive foreign policy, often favoring military force over diplomacy to assert national superiority. So, you know, a lot of people point out, and were pointing out back then, why are we invading Afghanistan? Why are we invading Iraq when, you know, we think it's Afghanistan has something to do with bin Laden? Why are we invading Iraq? And the joke's always all, you know, oil. And that's... Everyone always says, like, you know, that's one reason, it's a complicated thing. And yeah, it's a complicated thing, but we all know, especially nowadays, it's become more clear than ever how much it really comes down to corporate interests, right? Economic interests. A general paranoia and desire to stay in power. General paranoia about threats to our position and place in the world, and people trying to stay in power, whether that means political power or financial power. And oftentimes they kind of go hand in hand, right? But that being said, that's jingoism. God damn, I am just defiling so many corpses. I always feel really bad about doing that, but like sometimes it's just nowhere else to go. I was like 5 feet from some of those corpses, and like what else could I do? I know you're not really supposed to. It's fun. It's a funny game, but it does make me feel a little bad. I'm a little too compassionate for my own good, I guess. Um,
Outpost cleared.
Alright, let's explore this city. We have a little bit. No, we don't have that much time actually. Never mind. I forgot we're on a blitz. Let's just get these. Let's try and get these blinky blinks and find super
There's
credits.
something here.
Okay, then we can get the hell out of here. Cause yeah, those kinds of music were coming out because of that jingoistic culture that was happening after the 9/11 attacks. You know, kind of instigated the beat. You know, shook the hornet's
You may
nest.
proceed to extraction when ready.
The U.S. has always had a bit of a questionable patriotism problem. Hard not to blame like some of the people in days of old when life was a little harsher. So it really meant a lot more when someone was trying to take what they weren't given or what they didn't earn. You know, no taxation without representation. We're a country founded on some hardcore folk who were willing to fight and die and bleed for
Found something.
basically national pride, right? So it's something that's going to be inescapably American, probably always.
1 minute left. Destroyer preparing to leave.
Shit, am I going to make it in time? Got blinky blinks over there. I don't know if I'm going to make it in time. I need to get over there soon. That's like a 2 minute. That's like a 2 minute walk, isn't it? Let's see. This city is. It's gonna take me 30 seconds just to get over there. I might make it just in
Proceed to
time
extraction when
to
ready.
get one more blinky blink. So because of that, it's kind of hard. You know, it's hard to blame anyone, especially in the aftermath of such a tragic loss of life, such a damn.
Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction
Horrible
shuttle
atrocity
deployed.
committed. So I'm not saying any of that patriotism was misguided, but it was utilized to rile people up and make them more susceptible to the jingoistic propaganda of the era.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30
It
seconds.
was grappled onto, lashed onto, to serve what I'd argue are very non-American interests, un-American interests, undemocratic interests. And I think that's what Helldivers tries to capture, right? Is that same era where it wasn't just the U.S. Like we tend to put the U.S. on like
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
up to take the fall, but that's because that's what you do. You punch upwards, and the U.S. was and is the biggest military power in the world. So it's hard not to punch up and put it all on their shoulders, because we know it's fair to blame them, and it's hard to say, especially if you exist in another country. If you don't, if you don't exist in another country, like you're not from another country,
ETA T-minus
how much they contributed to that, but we weren't alone. There were a lot of people with pockets that it served from around the world, not just the U.S. The fact that the U.S. had the most to gain from everything that went down in that era, just a little bit of coincidence. And a little bit of our country's bad decisions had catching up with it, but that's neither here nor there right now, because yeah, that connects to. Well, actually, no. That's a good. No, that might actually be a good segue. So, you know, like Supergirl, the U.S. has a history that caught up with it.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
That led to
Pelican
that.
1 beginning ascent.
And that's not to say 9/11 was our fault. Or anybody's fault. Besides the people
Liberty
who
smiles
perpetrated it.
upon your triumph.
But I feel like it's pretty uncontroversial to say these days that the U.S. has done some very bad things and given a lot of people very little options and put people in a lot of positions all around the world where violence against the U.S. is a very tempting proposition. You know, just the other day, out near LA, there was a warehouse that got burned down by a worker who probably felt pretty desperate, like he had no other option than to make a statement. And it was technically, I guess, a violent act, even though it, you know, it was a very violent destruction of property. He burned down a warehouse. But luckily no one was harmed, and I think he probably intentionally did it that way so that nobody would be harmed the way he did it, but I'm not going to give him credit here or there about that when I don't know anything about the situation or the facts, you know.
To help us figure out how to kill even more.
I didn't get any of that round, did I? Yeah, I didn't get any super credits. Anyways.
Ready for another mission, Helldiver?
But a lot of people have been talking about it online lately, that, like, it's happening. Like, the revolution is beginning. Luigi Mangione 2.0 or stuff like that. And I don't blame him. Oh, excuse me. Oh, we're getting attacked twice now. Is keyed an option? I guess that's where we're going then. Everybody switch the key to get this one done fast, and then we can move over to prioritize war afterwards. Not a bad idea.
Initiating FTL jump to the Kide system.
Oh, Kide. Thought it was going to be keyed. Oh, where was I?
Jump complete. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
But there was a lot of propaganda in that era. You know, pushing the idea that we were under attack and we needed to go invade these places to prevent more attacks. And we needed to give up certain liberties and things, make sacrifices. That a lot of people fought against. Some of those fights were won, some of them were lost. You know, if I remember correctly, there were like freedom of information suspensions or something like that. A lot of really gray area, honestly, maybe not even gray area shit. I think I'm taking the hammer this time. I really want to play with the hammer. Oh, it's got to be my favorite weapon in the game. But the point is there was a lot of propaganda, and the incitement of that violence comes down to the U.S.'s own actions directly in the Gulf War. And Helldivers 2 being a sequel, I mean, you could almost call, to put it in a very crazy way, this is probably, this, as I will freely admit, is a very controversial way to put it. I mean, the War on Terror was the sequel to the Gulf War.
Sending down equipment package. Sending down support weapon.
Was it the Gulf War? It's the Gulf War, right? God, I hope I'm remembering my words right. But the, Operation Desert Storm.
Found something.
All that jazz. In the 80s and 90s, if I remember correctly. And
deploying equipment package.
oh, I guess I didn't need that after all. Helldivers 2 is a sequel to Helldivers 1. I haven't gotten to play Helldivers 1. I really want to, but the things I understand about it is, there's a lot of discussion always being had about this game and how, like, very clearly the bad guys are the bad guys. Like, the Illuminate came up out of nowhere and attacked Super Earth, right? That's the most prominent example that people point to is we were busy dealing with the automaton and Terminate threat, and there's some controversial stuff. There's some contradictory evidence as to these being actual, like, legitimate wars of defense or justified in some way. In some vague ways. I don't know what is going on with that glitch. I need to figure out what I'm doing there. But anyways, but either way, preemptive strikes, preemptive attacks in self-defense are considered war crimes in our world, right? And everybody always says, aliens don't get Geneva Conventions, all that type of stuff. I get it, but I don't, I don't know if that's the intended point. Is that super real world laws don't apply, but I feel like it's fair to say that conventionally speaking, those types of things are considered war crimes for a reason, and we accept them as war crimes for a reason. So whenever someone does something like that, even in a video game environment, I think it's fair to say, yeah, they're probably the dicks. And that's really the main point behind that. But even then, right, there's still a fair argument to be said about, like, well, look what they're doing to us, right? Look at all the evil things they're doing. We have a right to defend ourselves against that. That's fair too. All I'm talking about is, again, the natural consequences for our actions. Because remember, Helldivers 2. This is a sequel to the first game. And contextually, as far as I understand it, again, I'm not going to pretend to be an authority on this. The Terminids were an intelligent, relatively peaceful species that weren't really doing much in the way of expanding. We're kind of trying to stay out of our way, because it's probably animalistic fear. And then we somehow discovered E710. And all bets were off. We needed E710 to expand our economic might in the form of technology, right? You know, it was justified as, oh, excuse me. What? What the heck? What is all that? What? Oh my god. Thanks, Leaded. Holy shit. I had actually forgotten that I had set the confetti to the gift subs. Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. But that, I guess that reminded me. Who the heck are these people? Well, they have gift subs now. Oh man, wow, man, dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you. How you doing today, Lidded? That's your good deed before heading to bed? Okay, cool. Oh yeah, it's getting late for you, huh? Good to see you, at least. Appreciate you stopping by. Just reminiscing on the parallels between, you know, Helldivers and the real world history and all that. And what did the devs mean by this type stuff, you know? Yeah, just almost 10 plates in Borderlands Lavo. Yeah, I understand. No worries, my guy. It's actually a pretty quiet, soothing night on Helldivers tonight, so if you want to just hang out in the chat, or if you want to just head to bed, either way, it doesn't matter. But again, really appreciate that, the gift subs, let it.
Objective complete.
Damn, now I gotta do something for you too. I've been showing my appreciation for everyone. I'm working on little projects here and there behind the scenes. Kind of like I did with Avo's emotes, right? So. I'm gonna give you a lurk, but your ass is gonna be muted. Okay, you got it. I'll catch you later then. You know, I had that confetti
There's something here.
set up for follows for so long, and I had forgotten where I'd set it up. I finally changed it last week. Went through all my systems and was like, ah, there it is. Finally. Here, now I have custom follow buttons and stuff and everything set up properly. Yay, super credits! It's gonna be a while till I hear that, because I set up the confetti for the subscriptions. There's no way anyone's gonna be subscribing soon. God damn it, Lidded. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that.
Delivering payload.
But anyways, what was I talking? Where was I at in talking about the parallels? Oh, I waited too long to try and heal. I should have just warped away.
Request approved.
So going back to the parallels, you know, maybe I should have put a turret. Can the turret see through all this shit?
Democracy has landed.
Well, it's not gonna see through this shit that way.
Deploying sentry.
Oh, and elevated over to you. Oh wait, actually, I think that mission's already over. Damn it.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Revenge. Revenge.
Prosperity.
Anyways. I was saying... Yeah, see, that's why I was like thinking breaching hammer would be a bad idea. Because they fly away from you, it's annoying. Anyways. The War on Terror, sequel to the war. Oh yeah, so yeah, from what my understanding of Super Earth's history, like, the bugs were relatively docile, relatively pathetic, weak species that we just kind of steamrolled. And instead of killing them, at least, you know, because we wanted to harvest them, we wanted to domesticate them to some degree, farm them, to have total control of these 7 gens. Which, you know, I'm sure everybody knows by now, the 710 spelled background is oil. Or 710, it's like, you know, it's, you reverse 710, fleet speed for oil. Anyway. Are you kidding me with this stupid turret? What the hell? How did he laser me like that? That's bullshit. You guys are pissing me off. I'm just dying left and right all of a sudden. You know what? Oh, you're kidding me! Oh, you...
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Alright, that's what I get for being hot-headed. Always keep a level head, people. You're just gonna make yourself look like an idiot. I was trying to switch out my ultimatum, but the ergonomics, he didn't turn his gun in time, so I shot before I completely turned, and I just ended up shooting the building right in front of me. Really? How did that not kill him? It was a direct hit. Anyways. Meanwhile, you've got the Illuminate, who's to my understanding, they were a relatively peaceful species. Most of their technology and weaponry was focused in defense. They were not an aggressive species, and they came to us in friendship. But because they had more advanced technology than us, we were pretty insecure about what would happen if they decided to turn their technology against us. Again, their technology was incredibly defensive. It was all built to protect them, not to, you know, it was all designed around practically defending them directly. I hope that makes sense. Like, shield technology is the biggest thing. It's a very common theme with the Illuminate, to my understanding, in the first game especially. Is a lot of their units had a lot of shields, or a lot of shield related abilities. No! Ugh! Teleport! What are you doing? Why are you? Ugh! I think the stairs has something to do with the space button now. Okay, I thought it was just because I was going sideways before, but that was not sideways. I was going straight at the stairs, and he kept trying to climb it like it was a ledge. For some reason, I think the coding changed or something on that, on detecting what is a ledge. Okay, finally cleared this freaking place out a little bit. Oh my god. That's where it was. I knew I saw it somewhere. But anyways, the Illuminate came to us in peace. We're hoping to like have a friendship with us of some kind.
Throwing grenade!
And share their technology to some degree. If, you know, I don't know if we prove peaceful or what.
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
All I know for sure is like it was supposed to be a friendship thing, like they were kind. And here, I mean, look at these things. And look at what they do to us.
Found something!
Brutal. So it to me it's very clearly a commentary on like the way the aftermath those two factions have had upon contact with us. You know, the Illuminate became way more aggressive. They became, because they learned their lesson. We struck first. They needed to be ready for us to end up striking. They needed to be as aggressive as us to match us because they were defeated before.
Delivering payload.
So what the lesson they took from that is if they want to survive in a universe with us in it, they need to destroy us. And I feel like that is a pretty appropriate consequences of the two Super Earth's actions from the first game, right? With the bugs, they were turned into farm animals. And the theory in the fan base is, and I tend to agree with, is that the mutations used to make them more efficient producers of E710 is what turned them into the creatures they are today. Because in the first game, if you look at the first game, you don't even have to really play it, but if you look at the first game, you can see that the bugs are very different in that game. Oh, I should have gone more. And their behavior is actually very different too. Some of their units are different. There's a whole bunch of stuff, right? But anyways, E710 mutations have turned them into what they are, where they're much more mindless creatures now. And even like the Hive Lord. So I've seen the Hive Lord. It was a boss battle in the first game. And they are not supposed to be that big. As far as I can tell, the Hive Lords are supposed to be like trying to think of a good, like the size of a Leviathan. Which are the Illuminate air support, one of the Illuminate's air support units. But now they're massive. They're like the size of dune sandworms.
Sending down sentry.
So to me, it kind of seems like it's implied that these Terminids, you know, in order to be mutated to what they were, part of the objective was to make the Hive Lords bigger, because they would be the most efficient thing to farm E710 from, right? Because when the corpses of the Terminids decompose, they produce E710. So having a harvester, not harvester, a Hive Lord become bigger and be killed by termicide, for example. Very efficient way of farming that. And all the other mutations were probably incidental in getting the Hive Lords to be the size that they are today. Oh, you know what? This is a peaceful moment. This might, oops, be my chance. Yeah, that's a camera. Look, see? It's got a camera lens on both the top and the bottom there. That's probably just its optical lens for its sensors. But on the bottom, that's usually the weapon. That is very clearly a camera lens on the end. So yeah, propaganda machines. These missions are completely pointless. And it's not wacky game design. It's like, oh, captures a flag kind of inspired mission, you know? No, it's very intentionally a pointless mission showing off the Helldivers in action. The superiority of Super Earth. But anyway. I thought I remembered seeing that. I just didn't get a good look at the last time I looked at it. But anyways, back to what I was saying. So yeah. So that's another natural consequence of our actions from the first game. Is we consigned the Terminids to farms where they were studied and researched to be made more efficient producers of E710 for Super Earth's purposes. They became more, what's the word? Violent and erratic and dangerous. And the natural consequences, they started breaking out of containment. The methods that have been used to keep them contained for like 100 years now, no longer working. And why we aren't able to get them back into containment may have more to do with producing more E710, right? We need more E710 to keep fighting our war. As we produce more E710, more of it's being sold, more of it's being traded, the economy is booming. Which brings us to the automatons. The automatons are an interesting case. And the big reason why I kind of interpret the game this way, and I think most people probably interpret the game this way too. I just haven't heard anyone do like a real deep dive exploration on the topic. Most people are more interested in playing the game and all that, all the stuff I said at the beginning, right? About roleplay and all that jazz.
Fire in the hole!
At the same time as the term, or not at the same time, but like not long into actually, I don't know. I don't know what it is lore-wise. But I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, the Terminids started escaping containment. And then the automatons attacked. And the automatons, of course, as everybody knows at this point, especially thanks to machinery of oppression and the battle for Cyberstan, are the children of the automatons, of the cyborgs. Why did I say automatons? Are the children of the automatons? That doesn't make sense. But anyway, we still don't know the full nature of the automatons, and we're going to try and explore that here in a moment. That's probably going to be our next faction to explore. Because that's the most interesting faction, I think, lore-wise and conceptually and all that. And it's the most interesting to me. I think probably a lot of people, honestly, because if you're satirizing capitalist democracies, oh, there's Blinky Blink. You have to also talk about communism. The cyborgs, they were communists. They tried to secede from the Super Earth Federation. They just wanted to be left in peace. To my understanding, it wasn't a peaceful secession, though. My understanding was the original automaton faction, the original cyber faction, was created from prisoners of war that had been sent to work camps, and that just means slavery, right? In order to produce the value that Super Earth and corporations needed to sustain the way of life, right? And in their harsh conditions, they would often lose limbs, sustain almost nearly irreparable injuries. Especially that would often end up getting replaced with robot limbs. They get robot limbs. And it got escalated to the extreme of starting to integrate a lot of like these upgrades preventatively. You know, for example, replacing the lungs and esophagus and all that with mechanical parts, with cybernetic parts. That's the word I was looking for. With cybernetic parts in order to be able to work in poisonous conditions, work in mines that would be otherwise hazardous to the human body, so that Super Earth could keep its workforce of dissidents and what's the word? Blacklisted types of people, I guess. I can't think of the word right now. Probably minorities, really, but mostly I think it's going to be political prisoners. Because I don't know. I think that's the thing. That's a thing that Helldivers avoids seems to avoid addressing. Is it wants to paint a vision of a racially blind future where the outgroup is just those that are politically only has to do with political motivations, and that's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Typically, that's not how it works in history, but that's the fun of this game, sci-fi, and it's trying not to take itself too seriously. So I'm not docking it or anything. It was just a random comment that I had to point out because of the state of the world at the moment is kind of a bit of a reminder of how that actually works. And I think it's a really brave part of Metro 2039's goal, it seems to be, to address that. But anyways, we have the outgroup being sent to work camps, being turned into these cybernetic abominations, and they revolt violently. But they don't really have any other options, right? They have their human rights have been completely trampled over. They're doing the democratic thing. They are doing the revolutionary ideal. They are living the revolutionary ideal of protecting their human rights by any means necessary, because their human rights, is a pretty universally agreed upon thing that is worth fighting and dying for.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
But they were characterized as terrorists for it because they were killing.
Sending ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
I don't know the full scope and details of the situation. I'm not going to try and make any parallels to real life situations either. I know we kind of were talking about real life things earlier. But Helldivers doesn't do it, so I'm going to try not to do it either. That being said,
Last reload.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
they violently reload. They possibly don't. Like one thing that's debated is okay, so that's fine. It's one thing that's debated in the community is whether or not the terrorist attack that incited the original war was legitimate or not, or whether it was a false flag operation or not. I think all evidence to how Super handles threats to its supremacy points to it being a false flag, but either way, it doesn't matter. What matters is the war begins, and the cyborgs eventually get defeated, imprisoned on Cyberstand to continue their work under a tighter leash. And the automatons show up in this game from just outside the galaxy, but near where the cyborgs, near the region of space that the cyborgs had occupied. So they seem to be a contingency plan, right? Whether they are partly organic or not is interesting. It does make a difference in regards to the narrative theming, and so it's hard to say.
That was one for the record books, where all missions are logged for analysis.
Where all missions are logged. Okay, oh yeah, overseers. I'm supposed to kill them out 10 overseers, I think. Or was it elevated overseers? I think it might have been elevated. But anyways. Oh damn, I only have to. Anyways,
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war.
the automatons are another consequence for our actions in the first game, because
Hellpods Prime.
wherever they came from, they came to rescue
Engaging orbital thrusters.
the cyborgs, as we have finally gotten confirmation from in Machinery of Oppression and the Battle for Cyberspace. Right?
Orbit synchronized.
What we did to the cyborgs, they did not forget, they did not forgive, and they came to fix it. What the actual connection is, whether or not they are the descendants of the cyborgs because they are further cybernetically altered cyborgs, taking it to the natural extreme of replacing like everything but their brains, or just robots that are programmed as a contingency plan to save the cyborgs in the event that they lose, right? Is a little bit of a moot point in what I'm saying right now. Free goodies? What? There's nothing there? Hold on. That almost never happens. I don't see any blinky blinks though. This is a blitz, right? Yeah, it's a blitz, so. The cyborgs have been freed. So all three factions represent the consequences for our actions in the first game. Consequences for super actions. We made contact with all three of these factions, and the way we decided to deal with them had consequences.
Deploying equipment package.
We turned them all into something more dangerous.
Last reload.
Intentionally or unintentionally. Possibly intentionally, because managed democracy described as an AI system, AI's common trope is it's a very cold, unfeeling, and
Objective nearby.
efficient. It does things efficiently, right? It doesn't care about human life. So, in a way, you could say maybe there isn't anyone actually deciding all this stuff. It's just an AI that we sold our souls to as a society. However you want to look at it, it doesn't matter. The theme is still the second game is the consequences for our actions in the first game.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
then the propaganda continues. Because despite that,
Objective completed.
we are continuing with the same methods that created
Found
this
something.
outcome in the first place. And it's creating a never-ending cycle of war. That may or may not be leading to our downfall. It's hard to say. What I can say is, thematically speaking, it does make some sense to me that a great portrayal of a cold and calculating system would be perpetual war, an endless war, where every death is priced in. Hence us having a reinforcement budget. And why they only send 4 Helldivers in on these missions. And why they might do things like these missions in the first place, the way they do them, instead of trying to win, you know, when in a sci-fi setting like this, like I was saying, winning a war would be more efficient, and ground troops wouldn't be used very often. When you have something like super destroyers, where the battle would be more appropriately decided.
Last reload.
Democracy has been well delivered.
When you have, you know, why... One interesting thing I have wondered about, and I have not seen any real explanation on, where the hell are the spaceships for the Illuminate and the spaceships for the cyborgs? Why do they not have destroyers? Why do they not have battleships? Why do they not have... Why do they not... I mean, they do seem to have carriers. I'll give them that.
Found something.
But one thing we can tell is that the cyborgs don't need our worlds intact. Not as intact as we would need them anyways. They have so many cybernetic enhancements that they can live on very harsh planets.
There's something here.
Yet they don't raise our worlds to glass and terraform them from that to be just barely livable, barely workable compared to what we could do.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Which to me suggests they don't have that power. They don't have that might, which makes sense. They're a faction scratching their way back up from nothing. So I'm not criticizing that. I'm just communicating what I feel like the devs are trying to communicate for us to extrapolate. The cyborgs do not have the naval power to fight us in any other way but a ground war, and so it's more efficient for us, economically speaking, to fight them on a ground war, no matter how many lives are lost. Those fucking mosquito things are big. I never noticed how big they are. Anyways. And I think that might be actually priced into by the managed democracy system.
There's something here.
I think it's...
5 minutes left. Liberty, speed your step, Helldiver.
I can't find super credits anymore. I wonder if they capped like a limit to their spawn or something. I don't know. You can only find so certain amount of super credits a day. I remember you could only find those with stacks of 100 a day.
Found something.
Back when they used to have the stacks of 100, so that they don't seem to anymore. But I don't know. Anyways, that being said, to me it seems like if they're communicating that the war is being fought this way for no other reason than it's cost effective.
There's
for
something
Super
here.
Earth.
Fire
they don't care about human life, they don't value it. Which we already know, right? And it's not like news.
Extraction when ready.
Which gets into the subject of fascism, because it's a very marked characteristic of
Dropping a pin.
some fascist societies, where the narrative, you know, crafted around the nationalism of a nation, especially in jingoistic societies, is the worship of the hero, the martyr worship. Where certain figures are turned into representations of the ideal of self-sacrifice for the for upholding the system. I thought there was a word for that. I couldn't think. I mean, the maintenance of the system. I don't know. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. Fascism explores, there's a lot of different types of fascism that explore a lot of different strategies in maintaining their power base, but that's one of them, is jingoism, basically, is what it comes down to. Which is why it was discussed so much in the post-9/11 era as being dangerous rhetoric, and what it might end up doing to our society long term, and we're now seeing possibly the natural fruits of that. But Helldivers, we definitely are seeing the natural fruit of those consequences. I keep forgetting to check those. I need to find out what those samples are. I've been wanting to examine those. Anyways. That being said, despite everything that happened in the first game, like I was saying, all of that points to the rhetoric, the doublespeak, the language around
Deploying sentry.
the society and the continuation of the propaganda as the way of dealing with that. For whatever reason, probably because it worked the first time, is the most simple answer. It's the most simplest. Which one? I don't know which one's grammatically correct there. We aren't changing our strategy. We continue to the glowing interior. What was that? Leaving artful branding and pale shadow of its vivid glory.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Congratulations on appropriation approval for one child. May multiply the love of democracy for generations to come.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning
We're dealing with the same thing that it's resulting in this.
Victory was never
We're
in
dealing with
doubt.
the same things the same way. We're used to continuing the propaganda, and this is what the propaganda produced. And it's played for comedic effect, but we're also supposed to be horrified. And I think most people are appropriately horrified, you know. You know, we're not like sitting here like this is a horror game, but when we think about it, we are kind of horrified of the idea of our own society, of this being a reflection of our own society. And that's why I think people lean into the roleplay in the first place. It's a nice, easy way to dissociate from the horror of the situation. But anyways, that little commentary side commentary aside. What? Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna look at that later. Level 2. That just... Oh, that gave us a level 2 hype train? Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to... There's a... I didn't... Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna have to look into that. Oh.
No Helldivers KIA on that mission.
I wonder if that unlocked like a new emo slot or what. It says a new emo, so I don't... Anyways. Sorry, I just wanted to check up on the stream information there in a second. I didn't realize that we had gotten a hype train started because of Lidded's donations. Damn. Man, Lidded's a badass. We only gained 10 that round? Yeah, we did. At least we gained something. But at this point, I have been rambling on for like 2.5 hours. Holy shit. Okay, so it is 2.5 hours. We're going to take a quick break. I will catch you guys in a minute. Okay.
It was whitewashed. It's not his fault. It's what the system did to him.
Sorry about that. Took a little longer than I meant to. Just needed to stretch my back out a little bit. I still kind of need to a little bit, actually. Let's see. Get a little. Adjust my position here. What the heck is a BHM? What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Okay, that did it. Needed a crack is what I needed. Oh man. Anyways, all right. Oh wait. Ooh, that was close.
Ay, ay, ay. Mi choda.
The tantalizing scent of calamari frying. Whenever you see illuminate writing, recall the scent and refocus on your mission.
The smell of squeeze in the morning. that was the kind of funnily timed. All right,
Greetings,
so
Helldiver. The Galactic War
we're
awaits.
talking about propaganda. Where did I leave off on the propaganda?
Choose any of the available operations, Helldiver. Each one you complete is a paving stone on the road to liberty.
Where is everybody in the robot? Who's fighting the bots? Are they trying to get? They trying to get Marfark? Oh, I guess they're just kind of fighting wherever's fun. All right, I'm gonna go to Vernon Wells. I think it's an acid planet, but oh, you know what? I
Helldivers
didn't
across
do.
the galaxy are fighting for every inch of territory. Where will you join them?
I didn't explore the cities. I already did most of my day on this. I already did a lot of time on that planet, so I'm gonna go to the bots. Because each of the factions has different stuff in their cities, I feel like. So it would be more
Operation
interesting
accomplished.
to explore
Your
that.
valor is beyond question.
Initiating FTL jump to the Vernon Wells system.
But I think we should probably do like a city-focused stream. Making observations there.
Jump complete.
Alright, let's get
Mission
geared up for the
coordinates locked.
automaton fights too while we're at it. I like to take different weapons. For the most part, for different factions. Actually no, I wanted the grenade different, that's right. Okay. Yeah, everything's coming through. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, so where I got caught up was I was talking about the propaganda parallels, consequences of our actions, and I was leading into, you know, now that we've defined the jingoism and the propaganda, kind of got a little sidetracked on the themes. I guess honestly is what that was more than anything else. I don't know if it was actually really an exploration of the propaganda. Let's follow up and explore the propaganda. The idea of propaganda, because like I said, you know, I have my own definition for it. You know, it's been a point of conversation lately that, you know, the definition of propaganda is more of a neutral descriptor. It's not it's taken on a negative connotation recently. I don't think that's true. I don't think this is a very true or honest reflection of that. I think propaganda has always had a negative connotation. We just wisened up as a society. I think psychology has advanced to a point and people are better informed now, especially thanks to the far reach of the internet. To understand that.
Take back our land.
And so that's why I defined it in such a negative way.
Sending down equipment package.
But I felt like it was important to mention that. You know, historically propaganda has been seen as a way to galvanize people, but I think it's always used manipulative and underhanded ways to galvanize people to social cohesion, towards social cohesion.
Objective near your position.
It just wasn't well understood that it was manipulated in the first place until we. What the hell was that? I just blew up out of nowhere.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Maybe I got hit by the Devastator and didn't notice it. Okay, what is with the accuracy on these guys leaving? I completely forgot how much more accurate these things were.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Why is he keep switching to that? Oh, that's why this guy's a problem. It was Devastator. It was Shield Devastator. Okay, anyways. Oh yeah, I switched to it because I was going to destroy the fabricator. Anyways.
Objective critical stratagem.
So, whether or not you agree or disagree is fine. I just wanted to explain why I perceive it and characterize it as such a negative thing. Real quick, before we move on, I wanted to look at these bioprocessors. Yeah, so destroy the bioprocessors. The interesting thing about the bioprocessors is this is super F technology, turns out.
Fire in the hole!
Automaton facility destroyed.
You'll notice in
Stratagem no longer available.
the game, you'll notice in the missions where that's the primary objective, is to destroy those bioprocessors. They're designated enemy bioprocessors. So that alone implies the existence of friendly bioprocessors, which has been talked about by some, I've seen some mentions online, but I just wanted to bring it up here because the other thing too is there's a Super Earth announcement about the elderly people being socially pressured to be useful by turning themselves into bio-repurposers. Super Earth's bio-repurposers. So if you're too old to be useful, you turn yourself into these bio-repurposers, whatever they are, to continue being useful to Super Earth's cause. And so the implication with those two tidbits seems to be the bioprocessors themselves are Super Earth technology repurposed towards whatever the sideboard, whatever the automatons use them for. And I say automatons because a lot of people treat it like after the machinery repression launch with the lava planets, that the mystery is solved. Because the missions in it imply
Feedback shortly.
that these automatons are using them to turn. The automatons are using them to turn our people into some sort of nutrient paste, if I remember correctly. But I honestly don't see any more compelling evidence for that. And especially with the reveals of the pods on Cyberstan, I think there's more to it. Now, I'm not going to say either or is more compelling. From like an objective standpoint. I'm just talking about like what's compelling to me from a subjective standpoint. what seems to be the most compelling evidence to me.
Liberty dispensed.
It seems to me like what's being implied is the fucking accuracy is here. It's off the charts out of nowhere. It used to be pretty easy to run around and not worry about it.
Throwing grenade.
Anyways.
Eagle back in the fight.
I guess maybe they got upgrades after the cyborgs were released. That could be one reason. Real reason they've done that. But anyways, I was saying that I think that's a pretty strong example of how propaganda our brilliant way of life is under threat of their barbaric practices of obscenity or whatever the fuck. What the fuck, dude? I peek out for half a second and they're hitting me already. God, that's irritating. Anyways. You know, when we do it, it's good, but when they do it, it's bad. Hey there, Shadow Dragon, how are you? I'm doing good. We are talking about, observing things in Helldivers today. Trying to get a lay of the lands and things that normally aren't very talked about because everybody's in roleplay mode, you know? Doing an out of character exploration of the game and what the devs are trying to communicate, things like that, you know? Been going on for a little while here. And one of the main subjects that I'm kind of trying to dissect today is just the nature of propaganda. Get anyone who's going to watch a little primed and put their thinking caps on and explore the series with me in the same mindset, you know, get some baseline assumptions out of the way. Like, so what we just went over was like suicide mission. Oh yeah, I barely like I don't really play anything above 6 without some friends. What the hell? You see that red light? That was crazy. What the fuck? Anyways, I don't usually do anything above like 6 without a full team. And I don't usually do anything above like 4 or 5 without at least a single partner. That's just to save for the headaches though. I did used to try and do harder missions back in the day.
There's something here.
Especially now that like the only reason I play Helldivers is to play with friends. You know, I love the game, don't get me wrong. I would love to play it all the time, but it's just not fun enough for me without friends. Most games, most things aren't fun without friends for me, you know?
Found something.
Just a aspect of me being a very social person, not like anything about how much fun I'm having, or anything about like, oh no, he's sad, you know. Was my friend playing? I have only one. I have done one solo mission. Oh, okay, gotcha. So you're playing with a friend too. It must have been crazy. I also don't get to play. Oh shoot. My stream cut out, didn't it? Damn. Today was the first game I really played with friends. Oh. Hello. Welcome back. Today was the first real game you played with friends. I just saw that message. Sorry, my stream cut out pretty unexpectedly.
There's something here.
It's about this time of night that happens a little bit. Sorry, there's not really much I can do about it. I normally, I am thinking about switching stream times right now, but I'm just starting to get some things on the stream organized. So I apologize about that, Shadow. I don't know if you're still there. What I was just saying, so I was fun at friends, socially easier to say same. Only done one solo mission. First real game you really played with friends. I caught all that. I was making some comments on it when it. God fucking damn. The stream cut out. Okay, there we go. It looks like the stream is catching up now. Hello, hello. Are you there still? Sorry about that. It's normally about this time of night that the stream goes out. Not really much I can do about it. I'm thinking about changing stream times. It usually has a small period of time from like now to like 2 hours ago that it well, I'll have like an intermittent issues thing. It's honestly really frustrating. I need to get a temporary technical difficulty screen set up on.
Payload.
Deploying sentry.
Light outpost. Max empty. Max empty.
Outpost destroyed.
Says he's online. I wonder what was I on about? Sorry, I forget. Damn it. I get a little confused sometimes on the days days after I've played Red Dead. I think of having to hit the start menu button.
Freedom, triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits you at the west.
Oh shit.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray. Bag's empty.
Lost and sending replacements.
Jesus.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
And I'm super far away now.
Ready to liberate. Bag's empty.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Okay. So I was saying what? Propaganda, jingoism. I was gonna move on to
Bag's empty. More prosperity.
what the fuck? Really? It's not dead yet? Oh, I'm getting so tired of this fucking accuracy on this
Bot
thing.
outpost destroyed.
Anyways. It's just it's difficult to adjust to their new difficulty after they've had the same difficulty for so long. It feels
Let's reload.
unfair almost. Like, don't get me wrong,
Automaton outpost destroyed.
I want to adjust to it and get used to it. But it's just gonna piss me. What the hell?
Replacement.
It's just gonna make me angry and piss me off for a while.
Request approved.
Because I'm so
Deploying
used to
reinforcements.
it being a certain way.
Point me to the enemy.
You know, you feel you've gotten used to playing a certain way in the game.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
So now that the game's kind of changed up the rules on you, feels like it's fucking with you, feels like you're actively being antagonized. I don't know, man.
Tagging map.
I don't think I found any super credits, did I? But anyways. So sorry, I keep getting distracted. I was saying something about God damn, what was I saying? Hi. Oh, did I already? Yeah, I did already check this
Mission
out.
at 20 minutes remaining.
I got really distracted by the stream cutting out. What was it?
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. Deploying sentry.
Fuck me.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
I was saying about propaganda,
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
jingoism, or explaining my ideas behind that. why I don't really subscribe to the idea of propaganda being a neutral thing. That's right.
That's empty.
You know, I subscribe to it being a more inherently manipulative thing.
ETA T
You know,
minus 30 seconds.
that characterizes
Deploying sentry.
that characterization, I think, gets challenged a little bit for me, though,
ETA T minus 20
when
seconds.
I think about the idea of, well, maybe not challenge, maybe not. What I guess it gets is, I guess it kind of highlights what I'm talking about.
Clear landing zone.
To say how, you know, the most important thing
Arriving
to
at coordinates. Peace.
point out like the most important, or like a shorthand for how propaganda works to help people, or not to,
Extraction complete.
not how
Pelican 1
propaganda
beginning
works.
ascent.
A shorthand recommendation people often lean on for reminding people, for talking to
Liberty
people
smiles
about
upon your
propaganda,
choice.
is to remind them you're not immune to propaganda, right? But you know, something I like to talk about is in defining propaganda in and of itself, partly, is that like you are not immune to propaganda is kind of propaganda in and of itself. Because let's go back to what I was talking about like the meaning of what propaganda is, right? It's it's an appeal to emotion meant to overwhelm rational decision making, to benefit a party's interest, you know, make a party's interest seem more favorable to a target demographic, and that target demographic is their opposition. And so it is speech designed to manipulate towards a cause that is against the interest of the target demographic. And so this is where it gets a little challenging, right? The target in that case, you know, the reason I say it's pretty propagandistic is it is a way, it can be used as a way to incite
The hour of our
fear,
next victory rapidly
and to
approaches.
get people
Coordinates
to
locked.
lower their guard
Hellpods prime.
towards
Engaging orbital
their own
thrusters.
interests in a less direct way. Because
Orbit synchronized.
by overwhelming them with that fear, of and paranoia of
Hellpod launch initiated.
propaganda and being manipulated by all these forces around them, you can also pressure people to give up, to not fight back, to not resist, to feel like everything's futile. Create a society of doomers who don't resist your interests.
All the galaxy
You know,
looks
you don't
to
have to
for
get
salvation.
people
Let
to vote
nothing
your way.
stand in
You
the
don't have to
way
get
of
people to
liberty.
support your causes. You just have to make sure they're not in your way. And so, you know, it is important to educate people on propaganda, of course, and how to spot it and to be on the lookout for it. But I feel like leaning too hard on the idea that people should always be on the lookout for propaganda because you're not immune to propaganda can have some harmful side effects depending on the person receiving the message. And when stripped away from the full context of what propaganda is, because I think it's helpful to say, you know, you're not immune to propaganda. None of us are. Sometimes we're going to fall for it. What's important
There's something here.
is to keep fighting. You know, as long as you remind, like, keep fighting, keep thinking, keep critically thinking. That's one of the more important parts. Hold on a second. Screen shows a picture. Oh yeah, the defender. Okay, another one. Here we go. See, we're on a bot planet, but look at that. That is for sure some sort of like larval creature that I think has to do with the bugs. Because we see them everywhere.
Found something.
I don't know what they are for sure. You know, maybe they're just like local form of maggots, you know, feeding on corpses and stuff. I couldn't say. Oh, I'm full on metals, that's right. Damn it, I keep forgetting to check that, do some spending. But contextually, they're always feeding on corpses. We don't really know how bugs sustain themselves, to my understanding. Or I don't know. To me, it seems like they probably sustain themselves through spores. They seem to have some sort of symbiotic relationship with some sort of fungus that they use to propagate themselves and possibly absorb nutrients through their skins.
There's something here.
Once they're fully developed. But before then, I'm thinking that those larval forms may be their primary form, I guess is the word I'm looking for. The word I'm trying to... Damn. Evaded me. Anyways, I don't know. But it does seem interesting to me there that they seem to be around the corpses of SEAF troops whenever we see them. So that's why I was talking about earlier, like, I wonder if we are intentionally putting them places, or if maybe we're accidentally carrying them, like space parasites, you know? Not really sure. Some sort of xenomorph situation. But I just wanted to bring that up again real quick since we finally got to see one of those. Because we're on a bot planet.
Found something.
And there's a whole lot of lore implications when that comes to that, but we'll talk about those again in a bit. Let me just finish this thought. So, you know, with that proper context, it's, you know, you are not immune to propaganda. Makes for a nice soundbite, but sound bites are manipulative attempts to appeal to emotion and
Deploying sentry. Automaton outpost destroyed.
propagate a message.
An eagle never misses.
It's about, and there are people who are not rational, who would not break down what propaganda is, try and be on a healthy lookout for it, that maybe have to be appealed to with that paranoia, but I feel like it ends up being antithetical. Oh, I should have probably taken a look at the samples. Maybe another time. But anyways, I don't know. I don't know if it's useful to propagandize people to be against propaganda. I feel like it's dangerous territory. Because all you're doing is still validating and training people on the same systems that turn them against their own interests. And you really need to encourage actual free thinking by encouraging reconsidering preconceived notions and objective analysis by evidence-based conclusions, drawing evidence-based conclusions. Sorry, one second. I just had to check something real quick. I realized. My Discord is set to automatically send messages, so it's a good way for me to keep track of how my stream is going. 1, 2. Okay, yeah, so it only had that one interruption. Okay.
Administering freedom.
If a person doesn't want to hear the conclusions you're trying to give them,
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
you're trying to help them see, you're trying to guide them to, I mean, there's a fine line between propagandizing them and educating them, right?
Objective nearby.
Mag's empty.
And even if it's even being as well intentioned as it probably is, to be like, you know, you're not immune to propaganda, so heed my warning. It's still utilizing the same mechanisms and encouraging people to stay trained on those methods. Oh shit. Where is the turn? There it is. Shit, what was I saying?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Eagle back in the fight.
Oh, whoops. So when we're talking about what propaganda is, you know, it could be anything. Even warnings about propaganda.
Mission at 30
And
minutes
so
remaining.
that kind of validates the whole
Deploying sentry.
propaganda being a neutral tool on the surface, but like I said, the way it encourages systems, people to be responsive to systems and patterns related to propaganda to continue being manipulated, I don't like that. And I think that's still a point towards it being a negative thing.
Objective critical
You've been a
stratagem available.
stalwart line of
See,
three.
this is this appropriate refinery mission. Probably some of the first productive missions we've done. And I don't think of very often because they were added in the lava update, which I didn't end up actually playing the lava missions very much. I forgot what I was doing that week. Those weeks. I think I was playing Jurassic World. No, I was playing Minecraft. That's right. I got really absorbed into the Minecraft this week, so I was playing a lot of Minecraft. think that's what that was. I think those are leaks. But
There's something here.
So whoa, there's a turret somewhere. Yep, it's there. I need you to look away from me, buddy. Okay, cool. Alright, I need to get around that turret.
Democracy's on its way.
Bot outpost destroyed.
Got him.
Alright, so much for getting around the turret.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Delivering payload.
Extraction is available.
Last reload!
Okay, cool, got it. I think the most critical thing is to tell people to be aware that they're not immune to propaganda. But that doesn't mean they need to be paranoid about things.
Smash them, Deke!
You have to really actually fully try and explain propaganda and how to arm yourself against it. And mostly that's just considering what the objective of a message is, you know? So for example, when you're watching a YouTube video, what say about current affairs? You know, ask yourself, what is the point of this video? Is there anything productive being pushed by this video? Because if there isn't, there's a chance it's propaganda. You know, some people, they like to just vent on the internet. That's fine. That's not always propaganda. Sometimes people do take it to a degree that I would consider propaganda unintentionally. You know, people have a lot of thoughts that they're passionate about. I'm one of them.
Here comes the cavalry.
I find things I'm passionate about all the time.
Outpost cleared.
And you might accidentally start pushing into propaganda,
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
like myself. You really just have to consider, you know, what the message to take away from a video or anything else, like any other sort of media, a book, a movie, a film. Like, you know, the big one lately is like, you know, if you're listening to someone like talk about the current state of affairs and how horrible they are or how awesome they are, but they don't really offer any solutions, or they don't really talk about ways to better things. You know, even if you think things are good, talking about ways that the system can be improved is productive. And that goes into, like, you don't always have to be productive too. That's not what I mean. You know, people are allowed to do things without any having any productivity. Wow, is an empty. That was weird. Okay. Anyways, oh wait, maybe I already came to this one. Anyways, people are allowed to do things without having any sort of productivity. Intended, planned, etc., etc. But I would offer the point that to look at productivity in a different way, you know, leisure, play, fun. Those are equally productive things because they help us unwind and rejuvenate ourselves towards our next burst of productivity. Oh, that's right. This is one of those. Okay. Well, I guess I didn't need that. So I think it's equally productive to rest when you need to rest, as it is to be actually productive in the ways that our societies typically value and typically characterize as valuable. And Super Earth as well.
There's something here.
That's not that's kind of lost in this hyper productivity, hyper focused, I don't know, but just productivity, efficiency optimized society that we live in, cultures that we live in. There's nuances, ways to think about this that get overlooked. Because that's because I think the word productivity itself, it kind of comes with this weight of implication that you have to actively be producing because of the word in order to be productive. So when I say productivity, that's all I mean. Because a lot of these videos, you know, we live in an era where,
Found something.
especially in YouTube in specific, productivity is measured and considered based on viewer retention and advertiser value, advertiser friendliness, that sort of thing. I was waiting way too low. A little too high? A little too high. There we go. And so you do see a lot of pressure and a lot of people creating videos that talk about things that seem important, that, you know, they probably think are important things to talk about. They often characterize it as, oh, these are important conversations to have. But they don't actually end up getting into like topics, engaging meaningfully in topics, and talk in productive ways and trying to find solutions to things. The one thing that comes to mind for me is the recent controversy with EA's buyout and the influencers, especially simmers, in like for example the protests that Lil Simsy is trying to organize with the Players Alliance. I've seen people criticizing already, like, this is gonna do nothing, and this is disingenuous. And I'm like, maybe. But what are you doing except criticizing someone trying to offer a solution, trying to fix things for a franchise and a cause that they care about?
That's called democracy!
You're making a video on the internet complaining, being a doomer, you know, practically discouraging other people from doing anything, practically encouraging people to do nothing about it. So you know, some of these people, it's like, okay, well, like, maybe they just don't believe anything can be done about it, and they're spreading their negativity, unintentionally generating propaganda, because they feel so hopeless that they might feel the need for validation from others, maybe. That it is a hopeless situation, so that they feel more valid in not doing anything about it. You know, that maybe they're overly invested in an outcome. Or maybe they're shills, right? Maybe they're propaganda plants. You know, that's much less likely, I guess. So I'm not implying that. No, I don't think anyone's actually doing that. At least not in this situation. But it does raise an interesting question of how propaganda works, what to consider what propaganda is, and how to consider it. You know, like, I watch some of these videos, I'm like, what's the point of this video? To monetize my attention for your channel.
Extraction complete.
To rile people up. To making the emotionally
Another victory for the right side of
an emotional decision, and one that's against their own interest as consumers, to try and seek protections by protesting and by petitioning and using legal channels, you know, to generate change. It's because it's good for your algorithm. At least that's what I think. And maybe some people are doing it, you know, what's good for their algorithm without realizing it. Maybe some people are doing it on purpose, realizing it. I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate on other people's motivations for things. I'm just offering alternative ways of looking at it, because I think trying to do something about it, I think being productive in ways like that, that's a very, I think these are the things going on with that right now are prime examples of actually trying to be productive and actually offer something other than just a video to watch and attention to monetize, you know?
Every moment we ruminate, another family is torn limb from limb.
That
strike
validates, or I guess invalidates, the idea that what we're looking at is necessarily propaganda. Alright, so I didn't see much.
A successful operation. Liberty rings true this day.
Interesting going on in those missions. I didn't see much interesting going on in those missions. Let's try again.
Mission coordinates lost.
Start with the new one.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Check my... Yeah, I am full on metals. Let's buy some stuff so that I can keep collecting metals. Okay, that's good enough for now. Alright, anyways. Just constantly asking yourself, what's the purpose of this media I'm consuming? What's the purpose of the message that is being sold? Who does it benefit? And if it's not you, and worse, it actually is a detriment to you, I mean, then you're probably being fed propaganda. Damn it, what do I want? You know what? I'm gonna need extra defense here, actually. Turrets to take care of this problem for me. These problems for me.
Hellpod launch launch initiated.
Actually, I probably should have brought in the EMS mortar too while I was at it. I didn't pay attention to what I brought in. Did I bring in the grenade launcher?
Go now, Helldivers. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Helldiver lost. Sending
What the
replacement.
fuck?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Fucking piece of
Joining
shit.
the fray.
Grenade!
Where is... There we go.
Deploying sentry.
Alright, anyways, what was that?
Package.
Productivity or some shit. Yeah, like, it's just... If it's not producing something that is a benefit to society,
Here comes the
just to the
cavalry.
person algorithmically, I kind of consider that propaganda. Intentional or otherwise, you know? I feel like propaganda can totally be unintentional, is what I was kind of saying earlier. Shit. And so that's an important thing to look out for when considering things of like what propaganda is. Another thing is maybe an example of unintentional propaganda here is like, you know, both Twilight and the Hunger Games. I have a bone to pick with those books. Harry Potter is another one. You know, those three stories have a lot of very problematic elements that normalize conditions, normalize things
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
that I would argue have a propagandic like
This is Pelican
effect,
1.
I guess.
Preparing for touchdown.
Like almost read as propaganda for you know certain ways of viewing the world. Ideology. They're ideological propaganda. They're not really pushing a certain way to act or a certain, you know, certain interest in a cause, more of an interest in a way of looking looking at the world. That would then prime you to be ideologically aligned with certain kinds of ways of trying to shape the world, such as, you know, acts like voting and support and stuff like that. You know, it's interesting. Those facilities don't feel like they have a lot. I think those are just basic raids. They're meant to, you know, subject you to being a goddamn like looting, you know, of a colonial power looting a lesser power. But anyway.
That was one for the record books, where all missions are logged for analysis.
Mission coordinates
So, you know, there's been a lot of talk lately about
Hellpods Prime.
Twilight, for example.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
this is actually a couple years late, honestly, to talk about it. There was talk a few years ago about Twilight being a Mormon an analogy, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Sorry about the noise. But when you read Twilight knowing that Stephanie Meyer is a Mormon, you start comparing Mormon values to Twilight, and Mormon beliefs to Twilight. There's some things that make it kind of sus. It does seem like it is pushing it with like some Mormon values, disguised as an occult romance, right? I don't know if that's intentional, and that's hardly the point.
Make the automatons pay for their wanton aggression.
Sending down support weapon. Deploying equipment package.
The point is, I think it is still legitimately problematic, and has shaped a lot of the world today. Eulogy template soldier, friendly fire variation 16. Name devoted many hours to the prosperity of Super Earth. They may rest easy in the knowledge that the bullet shrapnel concussive force that took their life was democratic in origin and fired in the service of liberty. Okay. See more of the whole priced in friendly fire is so expected that they have templates, at least 16 variants of the template.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Like company awards, company speeches of gratitude or service, whatever, service awards. We appreciate you. We see you as human.
Outpost cleared.
Freedom forever!
Enemy down, baby.
Sending down sentry.
Have a taste of democracy!
Objective near your position. Objective completed.
Coming in hot.
Oh damn.
Eagle 1, leaving combat zone.
I think I almost got taken out by that.
Sending down sentry. Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. Tactical asset nearby. Deploying equipment package.
My mouth is getting real tired of talking. Oh.
Mission map updated.
I recently had a discussion with some friends about Harry Potter, you know, like, it's interesting to me, like, especially with the J.K. Rowling controversies. The way she has positioned herself in what I would call very undemocratic, God, what's the word for it? I don't know, unjust. Very unjust, unright, you know, it's like falsely righteous, like, I don't even, self-right, like, sanctimonious, I don't know, she has, I don't like her position, I don't agree with her positions. I think she's maybe been led astray a little bit by a lot of propaganda herself, and that she is now propagating. I do think she has always had some beliefs that, but I do think she has always had some beliefs that were red flags that kind of appeared in the Harry Potter stories, which were easy to overlook as children because we didn't know what we were reading. But have become more apparent in retrospect. You know, everybody, I think we accidentally misinterpreted J.K. Rowling's works. He's very liberal, very progressive.
Get some! Get some!
But when you really look at it, like, you know, I think the best example is the way Lupin is characterized as the good werewolf. He's one of the good ones, you know? That doesn't seem a little sketchy in retrospect? I don't know. But it does feel like the good guys are propagated. The good guys are positioned as like very heteronormative, cisgendered, conservative valued. Upholders of the system, defenders of the system. You know, there's been a lot of discussion of how little the system has changed, or how little growth there was, how little. I probably shouldn't be here yet, actually. Abort that launch. I'm still exploring the map, still trying to look for things, goodies, and lore, so that's my data.
Unleashing democracy. Outpost cleared.
This is Pelican 1. Helldivers are outside the extraction zone. Landing aborted.
Mag's empty!
But long story short, it does seem like J.K. Rowling had a lot of those ideas and beliefs about the way society works all along, and about who the good guys and the bad guys are when it comes to liberal and conservative values. You know, that we misinterpreted, because it is very easy to get trapped in the headspace of thinking, you know, if there's an evil bad guy who's kind of who resembles fascist rhetoric and racist beliefs, he must be like a Hitler metaphor, or a metaphor for the communities that align with his. God, where was I? Where do I have to stand for this again? Was it straight on now? Let me check. Maybe it was straight on.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Okay, there we go. Oh, good thing I did it, because that's good thing I stuck with it. It's tempting and easy to see it, like Harry and friends, being the good guys, are trying to protect everybody's rights to exist within the system and be better supported and be represented. But in retrospect, I feel like there's an undertone of just the good ones. Just the ones who accept their submissive role as lesser than us, who prostrate to us, you know? I don't know. I might be reading too much into it. I don't know. Which is one example. You know, going back to Twilight, finishing my thoughts on those real quickly. You know, of course, there's been some things said about Stephanie Meyer's insistence on the vampires being white. Never really validated that for myself. Don't know how true that is, but it is interesting to me that, you know, she appropriated indigenous cultures and then lied about it. Saying she took precaution and, you know, tried to portray herself as respectful and having done the appropriate research in representing an indigenous tribe, you know,
Extraction is available.
posturing as liberal while very conservative in values of Edward Hat being the person that Bella has to submit herself to. And throwing in, you know, some of the ideas of fate and the toxic ideas of fated love and destiny and oh, I was here already. I missed that bunker up there. I don't know, man. Like, religion complicates people, and I can respect that. I can respect that. You know, she probably has a lot of, oh, come on, complicated feelings that she's exploring in a safe environment with Twilight that has allowed a lot of people to do the same. Twilight was flawed, and it's okay to for it to be flawed. You know, I'm not invalidating that at all. Especially in an era like that where I think a lot of people didn't know any better. It's hard to condemn one person for not having known quite as well either. Especially one who comes from a system like Mormonism, which has a little bit of infamy to it for some of their practices and the ways they, you know, kind of control people's lives, honestly. But I'm not going to get too into that. Even though I think if I did a little more research, I could probably come up with plenty to talk about on propaganda for that. But I don't know enough, I think, off the top of my head right now to link it back to that. What I do know is Jesus wasn't white.
Objective located.
Oh, I already. Okay, I did that. That's like where I got the leader station from. Go away. Walk away. Damn it, he saw me. You know, I've seen so many of these buildings so many times, and they're just like generic-looking forts. I think the only interesting thing of note really is the automatons themselves.
Mag's empty.
Keep Liberty. Bot outpost destroyed.
Oh, I think I got the ship.
Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
But anyways. Maybe I'll have to play on an easier mission so I can get a good look at some of the automatons.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
And play with more people to help keep the automatons off me on while I do some truth enforcer research. Discover the truth about managed democracy. But anyways, I don't know.
Tagging map.
I'm going to the third book, Hunger Games. It's an interesting one. Yeah.
Pelican 1 returning to extraction point. Please ensure you're inside the extraction radius.
On a surface level, there's a lot of things that seem very progressive about it.
Sending down sentry.
But I couldn't help but feel like the way it ends is very... I was so stupid, I didn't know anything, and now I know everything, and the truth is...
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm in... I found my place. Like, I don't know. Very... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it right now. I did go on a really big like tirade about it a while back, and I can't fucking remember it all right now. Oh, did I already? Were these? I searched these, right? I don't think I did. Shit. So, it's not worth the detour, honestly. God, how do I put it? I don't know. Like, on the surface, it does seem like it's, you know, very, yeah, I mean, it is anti-fascist in its messaging, but the thing is, it very much reads as a conservative fantasy, an idea about where the actual threat to democracy and democratic systems come from, and
T-minus 30 seconds.
poising liberal treachery and
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
the destruction of the erasure of conservative
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
conservative country, conservative values, and conservative country as part of it. Like, if you think about who Katniss is,
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
she's kind of representative of like
Pelican 1 landing sequence
the
initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Midwestern farm girl fantasy, right? There's a degree of self-sufficiency to her
Extraction complete. Pelican
that
1 beginning ascent.
almost reads as very liberal, but tell you, put it in the context of
Victory was
she
never
had
in
a
doubt.
purpose to survive and to support her family. And that's life. And she's just country tough. I don't know. I don't know anything. I am commenting on dangerous. I'm making dangerous commentary now. The Tumblr girlies are gonna come after me. But that's my 2 cents on that. But you can kind of see where I'm getting at. When I'm talking about how these books that we grew up with come off as forms of propaganda in and of themselves that have confused a generation on how to act and how to deal with and identify threats to their own what's the word? Agency? There we go. Their own individual agency. Yeah, I don't know, the bots, I didn't get a lot interesting. We had a moment with the bioprocessors, but I think most of the real interesting stuff is more to be talked about on like higher difficulties, now I think about it. Like the bunkers, for example, like I saw someone talk about recently how the bunkers don't, it's interesting to note that they don't have any sort of entrances or exits to them. So there's this question of, are the bunkers alive? I don't think so. I think they're drones. But it is a good point to make that, if they're drones, if a lot of the things are drones, like maybe, the factory striders, maybe they're drones, are the automatons themselves drones? And then there's the matter of the cyborgs. On cyborg megacities, when we blow up their mega whatever factory things, centers, where we see the cyborgs in the pods, what are those pods? Are those cryopods like ours? Or where they're waking up, that my first thought is that that's what they are, right? They're the cyborgs being woken up from cryostasis to serve the cause. Some people think that they're being genetically manufactured, which both I think are actually equally thematically valid. Because with the cryo technology, like it makes sense on the planets that they're imprisoned. That's how they're imprisoned. They're woken up to work and then they get put back into cryosleep to rest their bodies, but also kind of torture them, because the only time that ever awake and conscious, they're not even allowed basically to dream because they're in cryostasis, theoretically, I would think. And it could be for years. We know that helldivers, they can be in extended stasis for years before they're called for service and die within the first 3 minutes. So it makes sense that Super Earth would imprison cyborgs in a similar system using similar technology to be called into service on the work planets when they are needed. But then there's also the argument, maybe they're being manufactured from the genetic material of the Helldivers and SCAF and citizens that are being bioprocessed. That makes sense too. They tend to, they are a rebel faction. They are using and familiar with our technology, probably more familiar with it than us, because they are very clearly much more cybernetically adept, technologically adept. Their whole society is built on technology, and they're also having to make use of the limited resources they have. That's why they don't have as big of a fleet, and part of the reason they don't defend themselves. God, you know, that's got me thinking too. Like, they not they don't defend themselves, they don't attack. But that's got me thinking too that I hope I didn't jinx it with that whole, you know, Illuminate. Where's the Illuminate fleet at? Because I was just, you know, I was talking about this with Tango. Was like Tango, and I don't remember who else. Was it on Budgie's stream? I don't know. I was talking about this though, that I wonder if the Void is actually a portal that's going to end up leading to some sort of mega planet city, like a super destroyer. I mean, a super, like a democracy space station, but the Illuminous version of it, like a space station, you know, but a planet-sized one instead of, you know, our little like moon-sized one. I guess we are just going to moons or planets. I don't know. It depends. I know it's astronomy. It depends. But anyways.
Decide upon which battleground you shall spread liberation.
Well, looks like everyone's agreed to fight here. 7,000. Are they at? There they are. Okay. Fact Bay. Why is everyone fighting on Fact Bay? Oh, you know what? That was our last major order. There's probably a lot of people that are just like chilling there. I don't know how exactly.
Complete.
Initiating FTL jump to the Fact
registers
Bay
that.
system. FTL jump successful.
All right, let's get geared up to fight some Terminates.
Coordinates.
I'm tempted to go fire. It's the leaping. I really don't think it's a great idea. If I use the cremator, I think it'd be fine. But I'm not using the cremator because it is hard to use the cremator without backup.
Launch initiated.
So I will recommend this saying I'm setting the Tumblr girlies.
Let our enemies choke upon their territorial ambitions.
Deploying support weapon.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Super Earth would say I am. I think there's only so much I can go on about at this point, though.
Found something. something here.
Those books give me the ick. That's about it. That's like...
Found something.
Not sure I really have anything more productive to add to that conversation. There's a lot of stuff up here north. Fact Bay is a desert planet. Desert planets are usually really good for supercredit farming. The very flat surfaces, to my understanding, helps with the terrain generation, or it's like, maybe it's not just the flat surfaces, maybe each, like, what do you call them? Planet has a certain amount of terrain it can generate. Maybe that's what it is.
There's something here.
Deploying sentry.
I feel like that rings about. Oh, here we go. User transfer. Dissident. Wait, what? Dissident. What? Holding pens. Damn it. See. Okay. Some sort of lighting glitch. At least I know that now. Yeah, I realize I've been blowing these up. I could probably just teleport into them.
Found something.
At the very least, when I teleport to them, which probably will destroy me. You know, I didn't read this, did I? And there's not one here anyways. The cracked device displays a photo of a smiling child with a pickaxe over their shoulder. Child slavery. Classic. Or I guess child labor. They probably get
something
paid.
Here.
At least. Super citizen children probably do. I think I don't think we're paying the children of the cyborgs. If the cyborgs even have like real children. That's an interesting thought. Like, I feel like presumably, yeah, they do, right? Like, then again, are they even allowed to procreate?
Found something.
Makes you wonder. How fucked would that be? Being born on a prison planet? Condemned because your parents committed the crime of freedom of trying to express their freedom of speech?
Sending down sentry. Coming in hot. Firing orbital barrage, clear the area.
Not today! How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Reminds me of the saying. Kill the Indian, save the child. Probably kill the cyborg, save the child, maybe would be a thing that they'd practice. Oh no, that's dark. That is I just realized that is very legitimately something that they might do. In fact, I wonder if that's where the orphanages come from. That's an interesting thought. The cyborgs might be allowed to procreate. Bold assumption on my part. Don't get me wrong. Oh, come on, Katniss. Wanna go? Let's go. You got claws, I got a hammer.
Sweet liberty, my arm! Out of ammo! How about a nice cup of liberty?
Oh shit, where did you guys come from? I feel like I turned around, they were suddenly there, you know? Anyways, as I was saying.
No pain, no freedom.
Yeah, the U.S. government. Let's get for real here for a second. Yeah, they used to take people's children, take Indian children, and try and Americanize them by re-educating them in boarding schools and shit. And that, their whole slogan was "Kill the Indian, save the child." You know, they just kidnapped and ripped children from their parents because they were trying to. When he said "let's go," it reminded me of Cartman.
Tactical asset near your location.
When did I say "let's go"? Oh, oh yeah, when I was fighting the bugs right now. That's right.
Say hello to democracy!
Did it really? I might have to clip that.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to move. Yeah. No.
Why is that not hitting him? Oh hey Shadow, welcome back. Yeah, my stream just kind of stuttered for a little bit there. Apologies about that. Around that time of night I get a couple stutters here and there. I always have to check my Discord because it announces every time the stream restarts to see how much of a problem the stream is having. But it usually stabilizes about this, not long after. It's like looking pretty stable at this point. There must be like an ISP, the internet service provider must be like doing something about that time of night or something. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the understanding on that. I was just talking about, speculating on whether or not cyborgs have children. Something I've been thinking about lately is, and I kind of came up like a little unintentionally. It reminded me of the boarding schools of the Native American re-education program in the U.S. I don't remember what specifically, but I just got reminded of the whole slogan of "Kill the Indian, save the child," and it made me think of, you know, it made me think of like, you know, it's possible the cyborgs might have children. Well, what consists being cyborg? Having titanium parts? Well, yeah, that's the thing, is like the cyborgs in the game, there is a faction of cyborgs, so when people are talking about the cyborgs, they usually that's what they're usually referring to, is the faction, but cyborgs in general exist as a type of person. Some, what do you call it? Helldivers are cyborgs, they have cybernetic limbs. But as far as the faction goes, they tend to take it to an extreme. God damn it. Two titanium rods in the leg, is that considered a cyborg? Well, it's not cybernetic titanium. God damn it.
Not to the sweet liberty, my arm! Grenade!
Permanent outpost destroyed.
Fire in the hole! How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Sorry, getting a little overwhelmed here. Just... Wow, it is throwing so many of them at me. I need to find some health. Oh boy.
Can't liberate with this broken arm!
Deploying equipment package.
Alright, but anyways. Yeah, so with the cyborgs in the game, you know, they were prisoners for like 100 years. So that begs the question too, of like, where are additional cyborgs coming from? So they have to like be continuing to procreate or something, right? Like, unless like their cybernetic parts allow them for longer lives, to have longer lives. I don't know. I know you're new to the game, but long story short, the robot faction in the game, they're the automatons. They're just the pets, or the creations, the children, the metaphorical children of the cyborg faction, who were recently freed in game from their imprisonment by Super Earth. It was a whole big exciting plot development, a big like in-game event that they started the new year with.
Something here.
So you'll sometimes hear people talk about the Battle of Cyberstan, and that's what that was. The other one you'll sometimes hear people talk about is the Battle of Malevelon Creek. It's a very big one. It was a very brutal. Yeah,
Found something?
The Battle of Malevolent Creek was a very brutal battle early in the war of Helldivers 2, mainly because we had no war bonds at that point. We were just given the basic default equipment, and so fighting the bots at that point in time was brutal. And it was kind of like memed on about like being like a very Vietnam experience, you know, where the trees spoke binary. And it's actually the cape I'm wearing right now. It's one of the first capes in the game that was made available for participating in
Dropping a pin.
the event of. But those are the two big battles you hear a lot of. Another one was the Battle of... Fudge, I always forget what it's called. I always forget what it's called because for me it wasn't that bad of a battle. But it was one of the bug planets. But Tango, he remembers it.
Sub-objective nearby.
And it was another really brutal fight, and if I remember correctly, it was the introduction of the Termicide towers, which we may be getting a repeat of, it seems, because we just got an objective recently setting up for a new Termicide project. And then there was the Battle of Super Earth, when the Illuminate first arrived. Their first attack was on Super Earth. They just appeared out of nowhere and hit Super Earth, basically.
Get some! Get some!
And it seemed like they were able to do so because they were like using some sort of warp technology. That's actually where our warp packs come from, was accomplishing that. All the Terminate the Illuminate technology recovered allowed us to reverse engineer some stuff for it. Yeah, that's a big topic of conversation today in the chat, so that I've been talking about all night, so I got a lot of lore on the brain, you know. Wait. Oh shoot, I have to take that hard drive. Does this and Starship Troopers have any story with this game? Reminds me of that. I actually don't know. I haven't played the Starship Troopers game, so I don't know if the Starship Trooper game has much of the story. This game does, though. Every campaign seems to contribute to the war effort, which is being tracked like a big game of Dungeons and Dragons by a game master at Arrowhead Studios. And so the events in the war play out based on however he decides they play out. But we presume that he is taking into consideration what planets are won and what planets are lost to change the flow of the story, at least. And the story just kind of being the history of the war so far. Which reminds me, actually, I did forget to mention one of the most important events historically in the game is at the Battle of Super Earth, the president of Super Earth was executed for abandoning Super Earth or something like that, for cowardice, basically. So that was interesting. I don't know if we have a president right now, or if he was replaced, or she was replaced, whoever they were replaced. I don't even know who the president was. It's kind of part of the point of the game, is a joke, you know? Super Earth citizens don't know anything that's going on. That's part of the satire, there we go. Comedic satire of it, but anyways. Yeah, those are the main things I can think of off the top of my head of the big story events that have happened. And you'll see whenever this next story event happens, the Termicide probably is going to be the next
Have
one.
a taste of democracy!
Each of the enemies has their own factions, but it's always like a big event when there's always like big events, special events that happen, special missions that get added or permanently or temporarily around those story events. And so the Termicide was one where we had to do these special missions to activate the Termicide towers. So we're probably gonna have to do those again. And they were temporary missions.
Deploying sentry.
And they introduced a new strain of the Terminids, which was one of their, which is the version of factions for the Terminids, which was the Predator strain. I don't know if we've gone up against them, but they're like kind of more vicious, faster, like more aggressive versions of the Terminids. And they have like this red discoloring and stripes that distinguish them from regular Terminids. So we were promised in the roadmap that a new faction will be coming, a new enemy faction will be coming in this next big update. And since they're poising for that in one of the missions we did recently, they were poising for a new Termicide event. We think that's what's going to happen. We're going to get a new strain of Terminids.
Bug outpost spotted!
But as far as like a end point in the story or like a progression of the story, we're not really sure. If the war is ever going to end, if we're making progress towards defeating the enemies
Out of ammo!
of democracy, that type of thing,
Fire in the hole.
We're not really sure how the devs plan to be handling that, the actual progression of the war in the long term. Most of the war stories are basically just around you and your friends and what you experienced during that time, and swapping those stories and swapping videos and clips and stuff,
Say hello to democracy!
Sending down an equipment package.
Throwing grenade!
In yeah, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something.
Fire in the hole.
Oh yeah, but back onto the topic of like a progression of the war effort and if there's gonna be conclusions and stuff. The first game did have like year-long campaigns, to my understanding. Every year they would reset the war effort, and depending on how the players did, you could actually see Super Earth get destroyed, or you could see all the enemies of Super Earth get destroyed.
Tagging map.
Hey Sunbro, how's it going? For democracy indeed. We've been talking about Helldiver's story, propaganda, lore, etc. all night. That's what the OOC, out of character. We're talking about Helldiver's out of character here tonight. It's been pretty good. I have had a lot of thoughts. That was just kind of a little exercise for me to get some practice in, get some thoughts out to mull over, because I do want to do a video essay on
Extraction is available.
Helldivers eventually. I'm working on a video essay right now, but that's a different one. But it's always good to try and think ahead, I feel like. Missed you though. You stood me up. We were supposed to play Phasma. I was waiting for you all week last week. I even reached out to you. I was like, hey yo,
Dropping a pin.
here's when I'm available. Never heard back. What gives, huh? Yes, you're right. I've been busy with birthday plans. Okay, I see. What do you got planned? Or do you have anything planned yet? Are you doing anything special? Happy early birthday? Belated birthday? I'm sorry. We don't have a calendar this year. We've kept forgetting to get one. So I'm completely lost without a calendar to look at and things written on it.
Found something.
I legitimately forgot when my birthday was a couple of weeks back. I was like, we were talking about birthdays and for like half a second, I was like, is it June? Today was Applebee's with my sister tomorrow. My whole family birthday's today. Oh, hey, man. Happy birthday. How was Applebee's? Should I sing you happy birthday? Is that what I gotta do right now?
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Deploying sentry.
It was good, has drinks and apps, and no, you don't have to. Okay. Maybe I should put that as a channel redeem. 10,000. 10,000 points. Mecha will sing you happy birthday. Drinks actually, yeah. Man, drinks sound good.
Roger. Pelican 1 will re-attempt pickup at extraction zone.
What do you mean reattempt? It's the first time calling you. It's been a weird glitch. Helldivers has been in a weird place lately. It has all kinds of weird glitches happening again. Some new, some that were like in the game back at the beginning that they had fixed and now are back for some reason.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
But where was I? I was just kind of reciting the history of Super Earth and all that. Because I was honestly starting to run out of things to talk about when it came to the propaganda and the... You know, I didn't see much interesting going on around here either. I mean, I found some super credits at least. Oh, have you seen the hammer?
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
They added the breaching hammer and I had to get it. I had I had saved up super credits for forever. Yeah, the boom hammer.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Yeah, basically. I actually didn't know that the orcs had a boom hammer until recently. I had a streamer friend who had their anniversary event I participated in. And I found out there that I guess the orcs have boom hammers. So that was pretty cool.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
He's actually an orc himself. Came through a rift. Been streaming apparently ever since.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
How he figured out how it all works, I would guess he just believed it will.
Pelican 1 landing in progress. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the
Let's
right
see what's
side
happening now
of
that you're good for heavy units. Well, there's the weird boys and they have the powers from the warp. Yeah. Yeah, his event was how orky are you? So everybody submitted their OCs or their designs for their characters and a little bit of backstory, right? And so he rated how orky they were, so he went through their factions. So I remember a few of them, like the weird boys and the like the knobs and the obviously the war boss is the like their generals or whatever. Oh, I can't remember a lot of them right now. We actually ended up, I think, with 2 weird boys. Funny enough, you know, everybody wants to be a magician apparently. Oh, commandos, that was another one. So he went through all that to like rank what type of orc you were, and then after that he would detail what faction our character would fit in best. And mine was apparently Snakebite Knob. Knobs, I think, yeah. Yeah, so it was pretty interesting. It was nice getting to know some of that. I actually plan on getting into the Warhammer game again here for a little bit. Sometime soon. I've been doing a Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough, first time playthrough. I have the VODs up on the YouTube channel. And I just did that last night too, so that should still be on Twitch somewhere. I'm getting close to the end. But because that's taking up so much hard drive space, I can't really play Warhammer right now. I either need to save up the money, which I might look into. I just got gifted subs tonight from a friend. What was I gonna use? Oh, the hammer, yeah. So I might be able to get like a small hard drive, put a game or 2 on it.
Pod launch initiated.
But at least for the moment, the plan is once the Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough is done, I can uninstall it and switch over to Warhammer. And then that friend actually is one of the people I was going to play with. He's going to teach me how to play and get to play with my other friends, Leaded, Tango, and Budgie. I know it's a 3-man squad, so I don't know who would be. You know, we'd probably be cycling out every now and then. That's kind of what we already do for Helldivers, anyways, because there's not always enough room for everybody to play together.
Bug outpost destroyed. Sending down equipment package.
Ooh, little sucker. Everybody's always talking about like Micah, apparently hating Micah, and I'm laughing honestly, because like
Fire in the hole!
I don't get it yet. Everybody keeps telling me, no, yeah, you'll get it, and I'm like, okay, I trust you. But so far it's been interesting, an interesting experience of seeing him and being like, he's just Trevor. He's just Trevor, but we don't get to play him. He's kind of entertaining. He's kind of one of my favorite characters. Like, only thing I can see him doing is maybe he's trying to kill Dutch and take over the game. I don't know. But even then, I don't really care for Dutch either. He's kind of an asshole. Like, so that's not going to really be tragic to me. Maybe he'll just literally backstab Morgan. But I feel like that's kind of been coming from a mile away. So at this point, too, is that very Trevor way that Trevor was trying to kill Michael. I don't know, man. I can't imagine why everybody's like, fuck Micah. Except that, like, he is a bit of an asshole, don't get me wrong, but the thing about him is, like, he knows he's an asshole, and he's not shy about it, he's not dishonest about it. So far, I wouldn't call him honorable as a person, but he definitely has given me the impression of having a degree of a code that maybe isn't the most obvious to people, but, like, it's a very, like, just be honest about who you are. And we're good. Because that seems to be what grinds his gears about, you know, Morgan the most. Oh, god damn it. I should have teleported. Seems to grind his gears most about Morgan is Morgan trying to, you know, walk between two worlds and not, you know, be someone he isn't, and at the same time pretend he's someone he is, pretend to not be someone he is because of it. I don't know. I can't speak on it because I keep being told, no, you'll see. You'll see, just fuck Micah. Alright, where did my body go? Why is... oh, shit, I'm out of stims already? God damn it. I think it was by my own grenade too. I think I've exhausted every... oh, well, there's my hammer. Oh, there we go, okay. I think I've exhausted about everything I can say about Helldivers, though, without finding more interesting stuff to examine, analyze. And I guess the Terminids, you know, there is this entire dress setting, like, they have all this webbing or something, and like they seem to do a little bit of burrowing and terraforming here. But like that's kind of obvious, right? Like that's, they're burrowing insects and seem to have various qualities. I mean, there's always this like effluvial spore thing going on that I already kind of talked about. Like I'm speculating on like if this is how they feed. We know this is probably how they fed, but they leave bodies where they stand, and then the spores sprout, right? So it seems kind of pretty self-explanatory that their symbiosis with whatever these fungus is how they grow in the first place. Both literally and like physically, and grow in terms of colony size. Wait, why is he not moving? Oh, right, damn it. Must defend prosperity.
Found something.
Okay, at least I found something. Stims. Oh, yes, grenades. That was actually very fortunate. Not common That kind of look right there. Oh shit, it was an Iron Valley. Damn it. Oh, come on, you weren't even affected by that?
How about a nice cup of liberty? Get some! Get some!
Gotta be kidding me. Oh my god.
Tagging map.
Every time. Almost without fail. Okay, we're straight to our right 90 degrees here. There it is.
I found something.
Damn it. Getting stuck in those lately. I don't know what the heck that's about. Alright, heading straight south now. So yeah, this spore is always everywhere. So that's why I pretty much assume that's gotta be what its purpose is. It's gotta be some sort of symbiotic way of transferring nutrients. And maybe even like grows, you know, gestates those larvae. I don't know. Which is interesting because like the terminids, I don't know. I would assume they had to eat in their evolutionary originally, but maybe they're blind and don't have mouths anymore because of the mutations they were subjected to. That's something that I can't really verify in this game, I don't think, is where they're...
Bug hive spotted!
How their biology works in regards to growth, reproduction, differentiation. Oh, are you kidding me?
Get some! Get some! Fire in the hole! Last reload! Mag's empty!
Damn it!
Not today!
Got stuck because he insisted on climbing.
Keep liberty. Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area. Eagle 1 rearming. Be back shortly.
There we go.
Triumph of a tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Throwing grenade!
Yeah, that's crazy to me. How little damage that does. 3 kills. Oh, are you kidding me? One freaking caught up to me?
Found something!
God, they're
Down equipment package.
ridiculously overpowered in terms of speed.
That's called democracy! Found something!
Extraction is available. Eagle, back in the fight. Objective nearby. Deploying sentry.
See that's the interesting thing. That's not rock. It's not burrowing. It's definitely some sort of webby, solidifying wax, maybe like almost like a wax process, almost like they build their own hives, right? But not less wax, more cement. I think that they produce some sort of version of their own version of cement, perhaps
Coming in hot.
asphalt, almost maybe naturally. You know, they consume the rubble and that process it and turn it into their, their hive structures.
Found something!
Shut up. I don't know.
Extraction is available.
There's something here.
Ah, finally, some super credits. It's all worth it. Now that is the most interesting thing that I keep forgetting to look at,
Something.
is how these drop pods work, right? Where is that? Where are they coming from? What are they? Like some sort of care packages sent to us or something? That was something I just kind of speculated on in a stream before, was like maybe they're like some sort of care package that is sent to us to support us. But then why aren't we just launched with it, you know?
Found something!
They almost seem like escape pods, but they're too small to fit people in. I guess that could be just a little bit of dark humor there about like that's what they're choosing to save instead of people. When ships go down. It's kind of hard to say. Alright. I think we've explored everything.
Dropping a pin.
We can detour to that on our way back, on our way to the extraction zone. There are a couple points of interest here, but that looks like it's probably a ammo deposit. I can't see any blinks, any of the blinky blinks in the sandstorm. Okay, so now we know for sure that this is not natural formation or from terraforming, from like digging, tunneling, etc. Especially not by hive lords. You know, my first thought has always been like these. Oh yeah, these like crags and stuff. They'd stick out of the ground. Of course they would, because the hive lords are burrowing, right? And that's what's making all these structures. Like, look at that. That looks like it's been buried by seismic activity caused by a hive lord. But maybe not after all. Maybe the entire time hive lords are like the final phase of infestation. I thought it was just we didn't know about the hive lords because they were underground. All the terminals were still expanding. There hadn't been enough chances to sight them yet. That was kind of like the lore reason for why we hadn't seen them yet. And they finally emerged as their planets were defended enough to do so.
There's something here.
But I guess it would probably be, or not planets were defended, planets, their central planets were being penetrated enough to see so. But I guess in retrospect it does make a little more sense that they are the final phase of a terminate infestation. You know, it takes time for them to grow. And whatever webby thing they do to make those structures, they're not actually like rocks. They're terminated constructs, terminated shelters built to make them feel more at home. I think I have a hypothesis onto what they are, what their main purpose is. I mean, they would probably provide sound dampening so that they could hear better any intruders approaching their nests. That's my first guess. Because all the walls, for starters, it's going to bounce, so sound is not going to travel as long of a distance.
Coordinates received.
Which at first, first instinct would be say that like that's probably not an effective way to detect encroaching threats, right? But when you're the Terminates, there's not a lot of threats to be worried about. First off, so it could still be advantageous that they're not hearing each other all the time. It helps them isolate actual threats. And since they have pheromones to call each other and communicate as well, they don't need to hear each other's threat alarms necessarily to swarm on a threat. So I guess we're getting a little bit more information out of the Terminators than expected.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Trying to see if I missed any other structures. Kind of did. Not worth it, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, that might
seconds.
Southwest. Might be a blinky blink, but I don't see any signs that it is. So I think we're fine.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. Sending down send. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand
Extraction
clear.
complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
I guess going back to one of the thoughts I don't think I finished was, thematically speaking, the idea that the war will never end makes sense in relation to the idea of the effects of the propaganda and this being the world now. This is what has been done to the world and it cannot be undone. The doorbell has been rung, or what the hell they're just saying. What is the saying again? You can't unring the bell or something like that. I don't know. Something like that. And that everything all the war effort is meaningless. Because war cannot solve violence, right? Violence cannot solve violence. The entire system needs to be changed.
Mission accomplished, Helldiver. One small step for democracy.
Or the only other thematic thing I see is
Ready for
because
another
we've
mission,
turned
Helldiver?
all the other factions into basically clones of ourselves using our methods because they needed to in order just to survive. We're overwhelmed and Super Earth is fully destroyed. It's only two ways I really see this going. Because it's the fall of an empire. Society consumed and corrupted by its superiority complex, eventually falling as everyone turns against it. I want to check something. What are the robot? Let's see. It's increased throwing range and limb health. I was just kind of confused. I was just kind of curious. I've considered starting to wear that because I like the cyborgs as a faction. But I think I'm gonna keep this.
Greetings, Helldiver.
The red's good enough.
The galactic war awaits.
Oh,
Freedom be with you, Helldiver.
that was just a quiet meditation.
Helldiver.
Let's hear some of what they might have to say.
Long ship deployments are great for saving up. You get the family separation bonus, which more than makes up for the bunk and chow fees. Of course, I don't qualify for the bonus since I haven't been approved yet, but once I am, I'll have a nice nest egg saved up. Hey there, Helldiver. I know you put your neck on the line for regular folks like me every day. It's not much, but I donate 15% of every one of my paychecks to the war fund. It's the least I can do. I remember when I was a kid, they sold stickers in the Freedom catalog that were these little squish bugs. You put them on the bottom of your boot, and it was like you were squashing bugs every time you took a step. Everyone was collecting them, trying to get the rare ones. Man, those things were cool. I heard that some dissidents wanted us to select our own candidates instead of using the algorithm. Great idea. Everyone will just become a political expert overnight. Treasonous morons.
Liberty rests on your shoulders, Helldiver. I know you can bear the weight. Terminated scientists say the gloom facilitates bug communication across the vastness of space. Nothing complicated, just simple signals like food here or danger or I hate freedom. Stuff like that.
I hate freedom.
This ship will never visit most of our planets. Why? Because they aren't under attack. And with you here, they'll stay that way.
The enemy may anticipate but one outcome. Total annihilation. Our enemies forsook mercy long ago. Oblivion is all that awaits them now. We must give no less than the entirety of our being in service to freedom. When the undemocratic din of our enemies has at last been silenced, we shall finally perceive the unsullied peal of democracy, reverberating evermore.
Alright, well, that wasn't entirely enlightening.
The celebration of Liberty Day is mandatory. And fun.
Okay, well anyways, I was just curious because sometimes they do have things to say about the factions. I think it's mostly triggered by when like you first get into an event. But I felt like I've heard them say things about factions before, especially the technician, but she probably doesn't say a lot of that anymore because in lore the reason for her absence, so actually the service technician, for those who didn't know, who haven't played this game or just haven't kept up with it, her actor was on strike, so she was gone for a little while because they couldn't update her voice lines. But once the strike was resolved, she returned. And in lore, in universe, they explained it as her being sent in for training, for some sort of training thing. The jokes were that she got re-educated because she used to say some pretty speculatively dissident stuff. So I think in lore she probably actually got reported to a democracy officer and sent for re-education. So I don't know if she's going to say any of that interesting stuff anymore. Guess we'll have to wait and see. But she did give us a little bit of information there about just day-to-day life on Super Earth, and I thought that was interesting. It was a little more colorful, a little more comprehensive, I feel like, of a picture of what everyday super like. I don't know, there was something like kind of innocent, kind of childish that was kind of cute about the idea of a bunch of Super Earth children collecting bug stickers, but it being also co-opted to serve propaganda. And that's one way that kind of works, is you get them young, you know, buying collector's items that everybody looks the other way, doesn't really think of as anything but children's toys, right? But gets them trained on consumerism early. You know, it's very Pokemon cards-esque. And then also teaching them to hate their enemies, right? Like, how many cartoons growing up had some sort of bad guys? Like, going back to Pokemon, Team Rocket, right? Like, don't get me wrong, Team Rocket, I mean, it's a kid's show, it's very morally black and white, but when you really think about it, Team Rocket was just a bunch of down on their luck people who were collected up by opportunities that they needed to take advantage of for the most part, you know. James, he was a bit of a spoiled rich kid, let's be honest, but, you know, most of Team Rocket, especially in the games, was kind of portrayed as your typical thug. You know, they didn't have a lot of opportunities in life, and so they turned to crime because it was the only opportunities they had. And that is a failure on a systemic level, you know, not usually on a moral or whatever level, because you got to do what you got to do to survive. And if you don't have a lot of opportunities, you don't have a lot of guidance growing up, you know, especially like I mean, orphans. You know, and that's why it's pretty comedic here. Orphans are trained to work in factories. That's something we didn't really get to talk about, but we'll probably find some time to talk about eventually. Other than that, though, I think that's all we have time for tonight. As the sun must set, so too must it rise, and as a creature of the night, I cannot follow you into the coming day, so allow me to leave you with a few words in my stead. If the light ever feels to grow too harsh, threatening to reveal you as some sort of imposter, unworthy, something that doesn't belong, remember, we're all just a bunch of frauds living in a very real world. And my kind has a word for those shapeshifters who were wise enough to don masks as a shield against the indifferent cruelty of the world. Dona. And a shapeshifter survives by learning the world one night at a time. So thank you for spending this one with me. Until the sun sets again.